Okay, we're live now, for real. Hi, people who are watching potentially in VODs. Today is day 16 of this making a game in 3 weeks. And I don't know. I reflected, look at this game, and I'm not really happy with where it is for the amount of time we spent on it. If I'm gonna be honest with you. It's less so about technical reasons and rather just because lack of vision for this game. And honestly spending a bunch of time just kind of testing out different things and seeing where things go. And so I think today we're going to be doing some more just kind of research and R&D before I get to finally just start cranking on content. It really is super hard just trying to, like, if you're not doing a game that's very simple or like where it's already a formulaic thing that's already well known, it's kind of hard, man. Maybe I'm just bad at game design as well, but I don't know, man. There's a lot more nuance to this kind of thing. Who'd have thought? Anyways, though, day 16, and we're gonna try to crack on this. I think last time we were talking about this idea of having procedurally generated environments or like obstacles. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Another idea I was thinking about is actually having the camera zoom out the more speed you have going on. Because keep in mind, all this is stemming from the same issue of like, hey, you don't see, there's an issue or you just can't see, you can't see the obstacles that are coming your way, right? And we're trying to mitigate that in different ways. Like, if we have this fundamental issue where like, we can't see obstacles or anticipate obstacles. Oh my goodness. Anticipate obstacles. We were trying like a few different things to try to solve that. One was having paths that are carved out. And we talked about different ways of implementing that. That way your focus isn't on everything, it's more directed towards the open area. I have another idea where the faster you go, the further the camera is, as well as FOV. So I'm going to try this solution out today because I think this is the easiest solution compared to this one to implement. I ate butter with extra butter and a little bit of butter. Okay, color blue. I guess I'm happy for you, I guess. What's going on, Terrell? X, the air bike stage and Battletoads. Let me check that out. Maybe that's what we needed. It's looking better on mobile though. I'm really happy with how things are looking on mobile. So, very happy there. Battletoads. Air bike stage. Yeah, I was like trying to find something on the Google Play Store to see if I could find anything that's like similar to this, to what I'm doing here. Yeah, but this is not gonna quite work because it's a fixed camera. The character has only control over. It's not even about control because even if they could move forward like that, it's still very fixed and limited. And yeah, I know we have like this like anticipatory thing of like giving a heads up at some point. We can implement that as well. But I want to see if there's a way that's something that's more fluid that doesn't take away control from the player. Though that's a good reference though. Thank you, Terrell. That's actually nice, a nice reference. And I kind of like how they kind of heads up you. Or give like a heads up of what specifically is coming your way versus just a general warning. So let me go to the camera real quick and we're gonna just take it from there. Player, main camera, and do we have, yeah, we have an FNF camera. Perfect. Cool. So what we're gonna have is like a max max distance in local space, maybe like 10 meters or something. And then the player themselves, if you go to the player here, if we have the engine, there should be like a top speed that it has. So I want to get a normalized value for like how close is the player to the top speed, because the more to the top speed they go, the more the camera should pop out. Zeng Nui, are you making a game? Yeah, I'm making a game. This is day 16. Yeah, thanks, Terrell. So, let's see. Speed 01. This could be configuration dot engine dot max speed, and we're gonna divide the player's current speed. There's translation velocity and there's angular velocity. Do we ever? I feel like we calculate the actual total velocity the player is gonna move. I'm pretty sure we do that at some point. I think somewhere here is where this magic happens. We have the physics update, we have input. That's used primarily for player's rotation. There's exaggeration, we're not multiplying by that. So here we go, we have translation velocity. And this is gonna be local position plus. These should not be tied together, even though they're doing kind of similar things. Hey, I'm glad you dig the setup, man. Thanks, GoPro. Okay. So we have these two different quantities. I feel like we had some utilities here before. We have radius. That's cool. Brake. Here's our main, okay, here's our, yeah, it's input handling, which we need to separate out to a separate component, so maybe we'll refactor that today. Okay, we have get angle from position, that's cool. Maybe ever start. Maybe we have a math utility for this? I don't know, math, utilities, calculate arc distance, that's what we want. Cool. So let's do a function here. Or maybe just a property up here. Yeah, along with this, where we have total velocity. And what we're going to do is going to be what's the summation of these two different velocities. We have angular velocity, and we have a math utility for this one. So math, utilities, calculate arc distance. Angular velocity is going to be in theta, I believe, or degrees. So we don't have to do any conversion there. Though I should probably specify that, but we'll do that later. Plus, in fact, there's gonna be two vectors here. So this is actually gonna be producing a, there's like a couple ways we can do this. We can do the actual pure math way of doing it, or we can do a vector 2 and then do magnitude, which is kind of dumb because then we have to kind of calculate. We're constructing this whole thing just to calculate, you know, something that we can analytically compute, but whatever. We'll just do this for now. So that's going to be the y. As for the x, what's going on? NeoVim or Vim? I'm using Writer. Yeah, I'm just using Writer right now. And it has Vim motions on there. What's going on, Zero? Good to see you, man. Also, thanks for sending me the new version. I haven't gotten a chance to try it out yet, but I think this week or next week or something. I don't know, whenever I get to payday, I would like to try spinning up a Maybe next month, actually. I don't know, we'll see this payday. I'd like to spin up the Minecraft server in the Discord and try deploying it and see how that works. And then we have translational velocity. So these are the two components we have here. Translational velocity, which, by the way, this is a vector 2. Is this like the total? Wait a second, when are you assigned? Where is all usage of this guy? Okay, you have delta x. Makes sense so far. And then we do, yeah, we get target velocity, translation.x. Okay. And then translation velocity equals vector3.lerp. The previous translation, vector3.write times input.x times configuration x times configuration engine speed, and then acceleration what? Wait, what? This is a vector 2 and we're doing the vector 3 lerp translation velocity vector 3 dot write, so we're just getting the x component of this times input.x times configuration. So we're just getting input times its max speed. Wait, what is happening here? Am I treating this like, is this meant to be just a float and not? Because we're treating them as individual components anyways. I'm not sure why this is a vector 2. Maybe at some point I wanted to have it be a total arc distance calculation, but we're not doing that, so I don't know. I'm just gonna do .x here because I know for a fact this is translational. I mean, because it's easy to add to a vector to the vector 3 position, so maybe that's why I'm doing it. So total velocity and then speed 0, 1 is going to be total velocity times the max speed of the engine. So this is going to be a normalized value indicating how close to max speed the bike is. Okay, and then we can go back to the FNF camera because now we're gonna have a few things. Or let's say starting local Z. Okay, and then we're going to do local Z equals transform local position dot Z. Okay. And then what we're going to do is do transform dot position it's going to equal transform dot local position overwrite. Of course, I don't have an overwrite for this, so we're just going to go down here. Add one for this, and this is going to be vector 3 or no vector dot y, and you're going to be value. Cool. Z z. And then here we're going to do math dot, I'm assuming math, no, not utilities, it's math f lerp. And then we're going to do lerp between starting z, max distance, and then maybe do max distance plus starting z. And then we're going to do player dot instance dot speed 0, 1. And now as a player goes faster, the further away the camera is going to go. So let's see how this looks in game, and then we'll go from there. And I'll read chat right now. What's going on, Tamirka? I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Good morning. What's going on, Hike? What happens if you does local to global? What do you mean, do local to global? Or Google? Okay. So that's like the opposite of what we want. It's like the smaller this. Oh, you know what? We didn't account for sine, did we? We didn't account for sine. Also, we did. It's supposed to be starting. And then. I don't know. You can do math f sine, not the sinusoidal function. I'm talking about just like if it's positive or negative, and then multiply it by that. That way it's going in the same direction. What's going on, Beer? What's going on, Ben? Neguin. Man, I've tried making a few games in Unity. I have no idea how people coding know what they're coding. Translational velocity. Okay, so let me explain that real quick if you're still here, Ben. Also, let me say hi to everyone else too. What's going on, Nymph Dev? How you doing? Yeah, and it's Unity, Ben. Check outline. What's outline? Anyways, translational velocity. Oh, look at that. The faster we go, the more the camera goes out. Nice. And I think that's going to help out a bit. We go faster. Nice. Oh my goodness, I can actually see the obstacles coming here. All right, let's talk about this real quick just so you can be on the same page as me, Ben. So, in this game operates on a cylinder. Like the world is actually a cylinder, and the player occupies one side, and they rotate around this cylinder. So in normal games where you just have a simple flat surface, you can movement on the X and on the let's actually better. You can move on the x-axis and on the y-axis and then on the z-axis, right? You have an x, you have a y, you have a z, and that's pretty straightforward. If you want to go to the right, you just add to the x position. If you want to go up, you just add to the y component. So it's as simple as just adding 1 to the player's value. So if you have a player who has a coordinate position at like 0, 0, 0, all you have to do to move them left or right is add 1 to this component, or add 1 to the y component to make them go up or forward. You do that, right? On this game, it's very different though, because one axis, in this case the x-axis, the axis running along the center of the cylinder here, does align with position, right? And by the way, this whole thing I'm talking about here of like adding 1 and you move from 0 to here, that's translation. You're just sliding a point along this coordinate system. Here, it's not quite the same. The player has one part, which is translating on a position on the X. So the player, if we add to the left, -1, 0, the player is going to move to the left by that amount, and then if we do +1, then they'll move to the right in that amount, and we do 2, they're going to move 2 in this direction. The difference is on the Y component. When the player's holding the up input, if they're holding up or down, or if they're on mobile and swiping up or down, they're not going to physically move up or down like you'd imagine in a normal game, because this is how it looked like. Instead, it has to rotate around the cylinder. So that's why I'm saying there's this angular velocity and translational velocity. The translational velocity is the velocity on this X component. The angular velocity is the velocity of them rotating around the entire sphere or cylinder. And then you can get a composite for those two things to find out how much distance you're actually traveling in total around the cylinder. So that's what I mean by translational versus angular velocity. Hopefully I explained it somewhat decently. Let me get some more water real quick. Thanks, Tamirka. Yeah, I think I'm starting to get some clarity in terms of like this solution of visibility that we're wrestling with before. Because the issue is we just couldn't see things ahead of time. And we can do the indicators, but that just becomes a lot of... It could populate... It's a lot to populate. Now there's some more things we can do with this. We can play around not only with... we can play around with a couple different things. Not only do we have this max distance, and maybe increase it as well to like 15 or something, but we can also have like a max FOV increase. Maybe set like, I don't know, 10. And then we also have to cache starting FOV, which means we also have to have like some kind of requires component type of camera, and then we want to get this camera component at the very start. Get component. Okay, so we get the camera, we have this stuff, and then we set the starting FOV equals cam.fov. No, not that. FOV. What was that? Use jittered projection matrix for transparent rendering. Yeah, that's a... yeah, that's a thing. But now we have this. Why are you mad? Property Unity Engine is obsolete. What do we need instead? Field of view. Okay. And now we can do another thing where we do field of view is going to be equal to mathf.lerp. Lerp is such a handy function. Like, does anyone here not know what lerp is? Because it's like, it's so simple, and yet it blew my mind, and it makes life so much easier for so many different things. And it's a really simple idea. It's a really, really simple idea that's just super powerful. Lerp. We're going to lerp between starting FOV, and we're going to do to starting FOV plus max FOV increase, and then we're going to yoink. It's a simple enough term. But it's maybe worth just making a float p-value and have it be the same thing. That way we're not just yoinking this continuously. Let's see what's going on here. Final Fantasy, please. I'm sorry, man, Dr. Snow. I want to get this game done, dude. I love Final Fantasy IX, but before Final Fantasy IX was game deving and programming. To learn and optimize tech for my witch, I have developed basic game in Unity. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Z is for angular velocity and X for straight. I'm using Y for angular velocity, but it's like one line on the Earth going along the equator. I sadly got a text from someone. I'm guessing they were asking for a second date. I sadly got a text of someone. Wait, what? Up into my spam and blocked. Oh no! Oh no, Zero. That's terrible, man. Man City Lover B4S. I'm working on a game right now. It's a little personal challenge of trying to make a game within 21 days, 3 weeks. And it's kind of going. I only count days where I'm streaming it, because that's usually the only days I do any deving work as well. It was basically, hey, name, are you free anytime? Oh no. GG's, man. You're forgiven for now. Yeah, we'll see. We're gonna go back to Final Fantasy IX though. I'm craving it. What's going on, Lucas? It's good to see you, man. Yo, yo, yo. Check out the live. Yeah, we're doing some deving right now, man. Luckily on YouTube, as I didn't get a notification of the stream. Oh my goodness, Draco. Oh, glad to have you here, man. All right, let's see how the FOV thing works. Let's see how the FOV either makes our problem worse or actually is super sick. So now the faster you go, not only does the camera go out, but the FOV also increases. So like hopefully now you should have way more possibilities of seeing the obstacles that you might be running against. You also see more of the curvature of the environment. This is actually kind of sick. This actually solves our problem. I think that's the solution is just having the FOV, having both position and FOV increase. You know, I kind of want to try building this to mobile real quick and see how it looks on phone. Of Hungry Shark? I don't want to go to work. I feel that sometimes, man. But, hey, you gotta clock in, get that money, and also just work to the best of your ability, right? Just gotta get it done, dude. That's an opportunity for building willpower. Transfer, yeah. Let's see if I can do a build real quick and see if this looks okay on mobile. I remember seeing this quote where it's like, if you ask God for patience, he's not going to just give you patience, he's going to instead give you opportunities to be patient. I think that's the way I kind of think about it. Alright, it's building. Let's see if it works. And while it's doing its thing, I also want to take a look at the code because I may want to do something. So let me just clean up some things here. I also want to start adding some sprite animations to the player. Did the build fail? No, it's still building. Okay, here we go. So, beyond this, there's some additional things I want to try experimenting with. I also might want to do a screen space shader to do like the speed lines on the surface of the screen. I think that'd be really cool. But we'll see. And hey, like if we can... Okay, let's see. This looks good. Hey, that's like not disorienting actually. Wait, I can actually see the stuff before encountering them. So that's even better. Yeah. Oh, this is actually sick, dude. This is actually really cool. Oh, and then, yep. Nice. I think this actually solves our problem. Yeah, because like now I'm actually able to do maneuvers I wasn't able to do before. Sweet. Let's go, man. It's 4:33 a.m. My goodness, bro. Hopefully you don't have to go in the morning, man. Wrong number in the right time makes all the difference. Has objects are scaled above 150. It happens. That's not that gnarly. I've seen some egregious stuff. I responded 12 days later. It was lost. Just wait a response. Yep. Is on their journey, their character journey arc. And there, yeah, we do pixel art. In fact, I actually wanted to do, we probably should start doing, because right now the player going up and down is just rotating a sprite, and that's fine, and I'm probably still gonna have to do that. But I want to have an animation of the player kind of indicating, hey, they're pushing downwards, or maybe they're pushing upwards, and that's how they're trying to kind of maneuvering the vehicle. I think that'd be pretty cool. Maybe even have the animation speed up with the actual speed of the vehicle. Like when you go fast, there are this cartoonish lines, bottoms and up of displays which convey speed. Yeah. We're seeing strafe. I was saying speed lines. Let me see what the distinction between those are. Because I know for the original one, we did something kind of like that. Goes on the side. Yeah, not these. Something like this. I'm thinking. They would have to be like much more closer to the top range of one. Yeah, not the radial speed lines. So you said strafe though, right? Or straying. No, straight. Strafing, cartoon. No, strafing. Okay, that's. Let's get them on. Get them on the soundtrack for the game. Speaking of soundtrack, we need to implement some audio system at some point too. So, may want to do that at some point. Maybe we want to think about it. Yeah, I don't know. Visual effect. Okay. Maybe I'm not typing the right thing. For slang, so I don't know the exact. Okay, gotcha. I thought it was a specific term you're talking about. My bad. Okay, now we're on a similar wavelength though, Tamerka. We're on a similar wavelength. I'm thinking something like this on the sides. So maybe I'll get a texture and make that happen real quick, just to get that feeling of speed. And then because I'm not gonna lie, guys, when we're talking about the procedurally generated mesh stuff, I'm not gonna lie, I was quaking in my boots. I was like, this is gonna be a lot to do for this kind of game. But this feels way more adequate. Okay, so let's do... We have to do a few things. I think we need to make a new... We need to make a new scriptable object for this, specifically for character sprites. It's not that much, but things can expand very quickly, so I'd rather get ahead of this. Player. I'm gonna move this at some point. Okay, here we'll make another. Well, first we're gonna do a few things. We're gonna touch and call this like character .cs, and we're gonna make one specifically for Luna in case I decide to add more characters. You never know. You never know what may happen. And I almost want to rename this, but we'll do that later. Okay, and let's make our class. It's going to extend from scriptable object, not not from our item class. And the only thing we really need are going to be, well, it's going to be sprite binders as well. So sprite binder, and it's going to be idle, move. In fact, I think that's like the two sprites we have, and then we're probably gonna have to have one for like crashing or something. Something like this. I think this is a perfectly adequate set of sprites for the character to have, and then the player, we can have it choose between these sprites. I also character sprites to be more specific. Cool. And then we also need to do the create asset menu thing as well. Which is gonna be like file name or something. I keep forgetting how you do this. Character set. In fact, let me do F and F because that pops up more. And I'm pretty sure there's one other thing. Menu name. Okay, let's see how this looks in here. Let's see what we got going on here. I think that when POV changes, bottom and up of screen becomes less useful. Bottom and up of, like, the top and... What's going on here? I got Facebook code today. What's Facebook code? Visual effect of being... Wait, what? Then it has to be... Wait, what are you saying? No, I'm using Rider right now. Rider. I'm still not switching from NeoVim, but very nice. Yeah, Rider's nice because I can just set up the basic Idea Vim plugin and I just can work. And it's a pretty standard thing, so I can just go into any machine and just have it run. I do want to switch to NeoVim at some point because I do enjoy working on C and C++ with just Vim. But I haven't gone through the route of configuring my setup to be nice yet, so... We shall see. Okay, so we are in this application, and now we have this new assets folder here called characters. And if I did things correctly, we should have a thing for F and F, and then character sprites. Perfect. And then we're gonna have a prefix of like character sprite set. CSS. That's not helpful. Character. F and F character sprite set. Like FCS? Okay, that's something. I don't have any associations with that. I'm not gonna remember that. CSS, character sprite set, whatever. Cool. And then we can go to this folder here and start moving things over, because there's a lot of things we don't need anymore. Like this bike, we don't need that because we actually have things configured properly for once in my life. So yeah, we can get rid of this. Actually, that's Ace Sprite file. You have materials here, and we have these two. Okay, we're gonna do a lot of shuffling, and what I like to do when we're doing shuffling is not use Unity's file editor, and instead we're gonna use Ranger because it makes me very happy. And what are we moving? We're moving. First, we're gonna move these materials. In fact, these are like general materials that shouldn't even be part of this. I don't even know if I want to do that, actually. Actually, maybe we don't do that. I'm gonna have to rethink this a little bit. Alright, whatever. Let's just yoink this. And then go from there. Actually... dang it. I have to go back now. Here we go. So we have these. Actually, that's not going to do what I think it is going to do, right? Yeah, no. And then we can go into characters, Luna, and then paste that stuff there. Cool, we're going to have to rename it, but it's fine. And then we go back here. And then all the bike stuff. Honestly, pretty much all of these assets we don't really need, because everything's handled somewhere else now. I like having the idle sprite as a reference, but yeah. We'll yoink this as like a template for characters, and then go from there. And as for materials, I don't know, do we have a thing for graphics? We do have a thing for graphics. Okay, so we can put like known specific stuff there. I know this is for shaders, but I don't know. I just want to get rid of this player. I just want to get rid of another folder from root that doesn't need to be there. Actually, I don't know where these other things are, so we'll just leave it for now, I guess. Okay, so we have, if we go back to characters, we should see everything there now. Yeah, we do indeed see. That's a sprite. What about the scriptable that was supposed to be there? Okay, whatever, we can make another one. We can make another one, it's fine. Okay. No, we're gonna make a sprite binder. Whatever, just chuck it in there. And we can also rename this to actually abide by some kind of naming convention. And then go from there. What's up, Dark Lava? I'm glad you dig the setup. Look, Ranger plus a terminal ID is the classic combo. It's great. Have its own dependency injection. For what? It has like its package manager and stuff like that, but FNAF World Sprite, no. Bottom up of screen can be heavily. Oh yeah. I agree with you, Tamerk, on that. That's what I was thinking. Like top and bottom are gonna have effects, but then the middle it's gonna be like transparent out. USS. Yeah, I can't wait to have a file type that's USSR underscore, and then someone asks, so it's like I know it's just. It means universal serialized sprite asset. No, not asset. Sprite resource. That's there you go. Universal serialized sprite resource. That's why it's called USSR. No other reasons at all. Hey, you just gotta do that to make games, guys. You just gotta make that. Gotta crack a few eggs to make a video game, right? Serialized, but with or without milk. I think it's pasture raised. I like my milk pasture raised. All right. Yeah, no, I agree though. Neovim and Rangers is it's go. It's the greatest. It's the greatest. I love it. I feel happy with myself. This is the first time I was able to recall this by memory, and what I mean by memory is actually just typing and hoping IntelliSense would figure it out for me. Actually, before I go forward with using these, I already made the change, didn't I? Yeah, I already made the change. We have to go to the player now. We have to actually do stuff here, like, hey, we need to have all of a sudden this character sprite resource assigned to us, which means that this should have like we have our lifetime functions here. We should probably have like a public void set character. Or maybe just have something in the have some kind of thing in the application. It's gonna be a serialized thing. We have to save the state because we have to know what character you're killing me. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're not gonna worry about that right now. In fact, we're not gonna worry about that. Because instead, what we're gonna do is have like a public serialized property. And we're just gonna assign things on startup to be what it needs to be for things to be happy and everything to be good in life. No, not that. I'm pretty sure we have where is it? We have a thing for the whole sprites. Yeah, site character renderer, that's what we're looking for. Yeah, let's do a couple of asserts. I mean, it doesn't really matter because you're gonna get an access violation anyways, but I can pretend like I have more control in my life with these assertions. Where do we do this assignment? Oh, we have this configuration apply. Yeah, so we're gonna just do and we have our character idle. And you know what we need to do? I think the simplest thing we can do is maybe, I don't know. What do we do? I think what we're gonna have to do is have a thing for handling sprite state. What is this sneaky little property? Go with the rest of your friends. You belong here. There you go. Now beyond that, going back down here, and we're gonna have an input of and basically there's gonna be just two states where there's a threshold or tolerance of like, I don't know, 0. Let's say 2f, maybe 1. Actually, yeah, we'll do the tolerance of that amount. And if input.y is greater than tolerance, then character. Actually, let's do this. You're going to go up if you're greater than 1. I guess we'll do the LSAN thing to avoid redundant comparisons. Okay, and then result is for sure assigned at this point. And then we do like a comparison to see, hey, if, I don't know, the character render dot current sprite is not equal to result. Only when they're different we actually assign them. This is not gonna work, is it? Suspicious comparison, there is no... Yeah, because I think it's based off texture, isn't it? Yeah, these are texture types. There we go. Then we can do character render set sprite and result. That way we avoid like interrupting an animation. Like if we don't do this, the character would be stuck at frame 0 because we're going to keep setting this every single frame to 0. Alright, let's check to see what's going on in chat. What are you making here? Game in like 3 weeks? Thank you, Phoenix. Appreciate it. I'm currently making a UFO 50-like game that's designed to feel more like an OG. That's sick, actually. That's cool to hear, bro. We actually, Terrell gifted me that, so that's a sick game. Just got my laptop back. Do you think changing distro and whole setup is a good idea? It might be the best timing for it. I mean, it seems like a best timing when you're getting it back. I don't know. Are you in the middle? Is there any impending deadlines looming over you? Is your paychecks dependent on that laptop? I think if not, I think it's fine to do that. Otherwise, maybe not the best. Like, as much as I love Linux, and I say, just switch, just do it, man. I can't lie. There is some weird quirks. There's some things that take a little bit of time to look into, especially just using basic Ubuntu. Actually, no. Ubuntu is like the least frictionful version of it. But, like if you have other external factors, and then, like, you have to go through this little adventure to get a certain program to work or something, it's kind of a pain. I wouldn't enjoy Linux as much with that time pressure. But if there's no time pressure and you have the freedom to go on little side quests, then by all means, I think it's a great time to switch. Okay, so now we have our update sprite thing working here. Very nice. And we probably have to... I implemented this, which means I need to actually add these other ones, the up and down sprites. I need to actually make these. So, yeah, that's gonna be something to do. Where would I find the game you're creating? I'm for sure gonna put it on the Discord. I'm gonna publish it to the Play Store on Android, and then maybe Steam or something. Maybe on Newgrounds as well. I'm not doing anything crazy as far as native or burst compiled jobs. If I was gonna do the dynamically generated terrain thing, then yes, I would have had to do some burst compilation. But we're not doing that, so I think I'll probably put it on Newgrounds as well. I think that'd be pretty sick. Okay, let's actually do the sprite now. Let's do a couple things here. Make another. This is what, 64 by 64? Yeah. No. We're gonna do a 64 by 64 animation, and then we're gonna yoink this bike as a reference. Paste it here. Very nice. And then we're gonna take, I don't know how we're gonna do this. I was gonna try to do something clever, but I think it's actually faster just to be precise in my selection and just manually grab the character sprite. It's like the simplest thing to do here. No need to over-engineer it. Link it. So that's her regular idle animation. Let's save that here. And it could be like a template too. Characters, Luna. .ace. Cool. And now we can start working on. I can start working on. We can call this frame idle. Let's duplicate it, and then I can start working on making the up. So she wants to go up. So I want to make it where like her sprite is moving, her spine is going to be moving upwards a little bit. First of all, we're going to do a couple things. I want to copy her face so we don't lose these perfect pixels, and it's going to be oriented kind of the same way. Actually, copy, paste it over here. We're going to delete this. And the reason I'm going through this whole trouble is because I kind of want to preserve some mass here so that the animation doesn't feel very jarring. And it's going to be a whole positional thing. She's hinging from her from her not jibs, her hips. And I think if you're on a bike, it's not just you're moving with your back, but your legs are also going to extend a bit. So we're going to have her legs go up a little bit and have this extend as if it's pushing against her bike. So she can kind of force this to like change position a little bit. And with the rotation, I'm hoping this will look good in context. If not, GG's, we go back to the drawing board. But I'm hoping this works pretty well. If you had to, what's going on here? Immersion, this is what it feels like to type when the towers fell. Wait, what are you talking about? Thanks, guys. I just though have ongoing projects, but there is some time they could wait a bit because of my current setup doesn't feel so cozy. Oh yeah, do Mint then. Mint's actually been very good for me. Mint's been very good for me. Yeah, two identical if conditions. If input Y, it's great. What do you mean? Oh, did I forget to change the if conditions? Okay, you know what? we do this. Cool. And I don't need this Unity one, so you can close hub. And I don't think I even need this one. I think I use it for commits, but we already have git bash for a reason. Or not git bash, we have the other terminal. So this is writer. I made a mistake. That's supposed to be flipped. Good catch on that. Thanks, Bomber G. Good catch on that. I mean, I have Linux Mint now. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I thought you were switching from like Windows or something. A Monster Hunter double cross save editor and checked it in a virus wait, what? And checked it in virus total and it had 3 hits. It is a sad day. GG's. Sad day, but that's how it is. I mean, if you're gonna do reverse engineering, just go all the way. Just get the actual binaries. Actually, you don't have to use Ghidra to reverse the code. Actually, now that I think about it, if you're just reversing the save files, I think you probably want to have to reverse the code though. I think that's gonna be part of the deal. Like, your goal is to figure out what the binary structure is for the save files, right? Usually a nice way is just going through the code and actually seeing where they save the file to understand the structure, or at least vaguely understand the structure. Or you can just kind of poke and prod with the save file. Use some kind of hex editor. If you're lucky, some stuff will be in a somewhat plain text format. Like, there's some save file formats where it's like, yeah, it's like it's very much tied specifically to the it's very much like how should I say this? Like, it's very much a very tight serialized format where you just have to know where a float is and where a struct is and where everything is, and then you can like marshal the bits from that. But every game has strings, right? So at some point you're probably gonna find some save data with some strings in there, and then it'll pop up in natural language. I don't know. I think if our neck's gonna be there. I think her back arm has to be. Like, I think from this angle, her back arm should actually be visible. I think honestly her whole upper body should be like translated back a little bit. And if you're stopping your momentum, that means the hair that's loose over here is gonna be like bunching up a little bit closer. So maybe I'm gonna have this be further back. Oops. I'm gonna test this sprite out. I'm not gonna go too detailed with it yet, or that much more detailed with it, until we see if this idea even looks good in practice in game. So I'm gonna just do this and go from there. Cool. So I'm gonna select everything here, Go to the next frame, delete everything, paste this, hide the bike. We're gonna make a sprite sheet out of this. Open sprite sheet. And we're just gonna do Control S. We're gonna save this as up.png. And this is either gonna be fantastic or the worst thing I've ever done in my life. No in-betweens here. No in-betweens. And we're gonna go back into the engine. We're gonna make another sprite sheet. We should also probably set the values here. That would probably be a good idea. Duplicate this. And then of course we need to apply the same sprite preset to this, make it 64 by or 128 by 128. That's the actual size the animation is probably going to be. Beyond that, we have this here. So we have idle here. We can do up here. Up is going to be this sprite, right? Yeah. And the rest we can substitute with idle for right now. I think that's going to be fine. And then finally we should go into the game and actually set the player reference to this, and then we'll figure out how to actually integrate this into the game so that we know what character, or maybe we just pre-bake it for now, and then if I actually implement having character selection, then you can do stuff. Let's see. Either this looks great or no. Okay. Well, this is very odd looking. Oh, I know why. I know exactly why. These animations are 2 frames, my bad. Frame count 2. And the cell count is 2. This is 2. There we go. Okay, now we should be good. Let's see. No. That's not working how I want it to. Why is this? Do I have... Oh, I have a null reference, that's why. Oh, maybe I didn't set the character sprite thing. No, the character render is correct. That is indeed correct. What about... Maybe that fixes it. Let's see. I realize the speed lines can't just be parallel with the screen. It's gonna have to kind of follow the direction the player is going in. I guess if you have a minimum speed, you can kind of assume it's gonna be going forward mostly, though. But yeah, I'm not seeing the animation I wanted to see here, which is a bit disappointing. And I wonder why that's the case. So I believe we go to the player. Okay, let's just go down here. We're doing this. So maybe this is always failing? Like, I can get this outside of the if statement. Have it reload. Domain, try running it and then see if that changes things at all. Because now my comparison is just incorrect and I just need to cache the last set sprite binder. No, that's not affecting anything. So maybe my threshold is bad? Oh, maybe... So we're doing input.y and you have tolerance. But tolerance is, well then it would just mean that, This is, and why is like a... So why is, if input y is positive, then 0.1, and if it's negative, less than 0... What am I doing? Wait, what am I... No, this should be... Okay, I think this is... It's greater than 0.1. If not, is it less than negative tolerance? And then... Okay, I think that should be fine. Let's see. Let me see something. We have character renderer, we have set sprite, we have the resulting sprite that's selected from one of these options, where we for sure assign it something. Idle is the default case where none of these cases are met. And then in our gameplay, if we look at the Y value for input, because what we have on drawing on screen is, so we for sure have values exceeding 0.1. Like that much is that's very much certain. The max, it's like -1, 1, -1. So okay. So are we passing in the correct input? Well, I'd imagine so, because we're passing in final input, and this is not being mutated within the function. So okay. And it's like passed by value, not reference, so that wouldn't matter either. We're passing this into update sprite, and this is on an update function, so it should be happening every single frame. So then the question becomes, and we're going through this whole thing, and eventually we're doing character render.set sprite. So either there's no reference, so we for sure have a reference to the sprite renderer. Those are the same. So maybe the conclusion I can come to is that maybe the sprites weren't set. But if I look here, it's T Luna up for Luna up, and if we go to the character thing, sprite set, we see that there is that correct value for up. If we go into the actual sprite that's applied to there, click on it, it is the sprite we're looking for. So let me try re-importing the asset in case like it's not displaying the correct thing. You know, just to be safe. Weird things happen in Unity, right? Or we just do the re-import script and see what happens. What's going on here? Clocking. Xori, you'll probably want speed lines parallel to sprite's orientation. Yeah, it's gonna be, yeah, that's the idea. To give the illusion of wind movement. Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly, Draco. Is the editor a highly customized Vim? You know, no, it's not. It's a Rider. Yeah, it's a JetBrains product. Yeah, Rider's pretty good. I like Rider. Rider's pretty good. Why? Why do you do this to me? You can't keep doing this to me. Okay. So let's do breakpoints. Actually, no. I don't think that's gonna work for what I want to do. Or maybe further confirmation, but I don't think it's gonna really give me much insight. we're getting the right value, input.y, not x. And if it's within this Goldilocks range where it's less than positive tolerance but greater than negative tolerance, then we do idle. So it would have to be something to do with this then. That's the only thing I could think of. Because it feels like all that I have done. I mean, re-import the script. Maybe we just gotta get a nice reloading domain going on. Yeah, I'm not seeing the animation. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Shaders can be such a hell, or is it just me? I mean, they can kind of be, but they're also... I don't know, I like working with shaders way more than CPU logic. If I'm gonna be real with you. Shaders are really fun. Like, honestly, like, this control map thing was pretty quick and easy to get running. Usually the trickier things to deal with are like the CPU stuff. State management and things like that. Though I will say, there are some things where shaders compile, but they're like permissive, a little too permissive, so some weird things happen and I don't know why it happened. And there's a lot of time I've wasted where it's just something very simple. It's just that the shader or the parser or whatever didn't recognize that as an issue. Because it's not an issue, because the shader standard for like HLSL or GLSL are very permissive. So you end up like with some accidental little things. Because it encourages you to be kind of sloppy sometimes, but then like sometimes you're sloppy in the wrong way and it doesn't do what you want it to do exactly, and then it's just like, alright. There's this weird bug I was trying to figure out what's wrong with. It was just because I didn't do a .x or .y or XYZ or something. Because I was assuming type coercion is going to work in a certain type of way, and it doesn't. Close all tabs. Let's just clean ourselves up a little bit and just get what's actually necessary for right now. I'm sorry. There we go. Player script is what I don't care about. There's this guy. And we can see it here, like it's assigned. Idle is idle. Up is up. Down is that as well. This is idle as well. Breakdown is nothing, but we're not assigning it anything, so it's fine. I almost feel insane. I feel like maybe I'm just assigning things. Like I almost want to go to my other project and see if I'm using my CC sprite renderer correctly, or if there's some magic thing I forgot to account for within this. Let's see what we got going on here. Any weird values we have? We don't have normal maps, but that's fine. Everything loops. X count of 2, Y count of 0, or Y count of 1, that's fine. Speed 1, yeah, that's fine. These sprites are distinct from one another. Even like in the really small silhouette, I can see it. Okay. And then scripts. First of all, that's not right. You have more. Oh, that's game board. There we go. Okay. Go to player. Are you doing what I expect you to do? There's character render, hull sprite render. And you're this. That's what's actually visible, right? Yeah, okay, the CC sprite render we have. Wait a second. Okay. One moment. You might be onto something here. Maybe I'm gaslighting myself into thinking we are. We're gonna find out right now. In fact, we're gonna do this. We're gonna hold up. Okay. And we're gonna go into here. Okay, you're still the same thing. So you're not being assigned. We're gonna go into the player script. We're gonna go into debug mode. We're gonna inspect all the private fields and see what exactly they're holding. And what do we see here? We see... Oh, I didn't catch any of these values at all, did I? Yeah, so I can't see what is actually being... I can see private stuff, which is cool. But what I'm actually looking for isn't stored here. Which is like... probably... Yeah. What I want to do, or what I should do, is actually cache. Might even help with the comparison thing as well. What we can do, a property for like last sprite binder. Or maybe current sprite binder is a better way of describing that. And on character rent. Okay, we assign this. Okay, that's sprite, yeah. And then we set the last or current sprite binder is going to equal to character.writing title. Cool. And then over here, what we're going to do, or actually better yet, that's going to be useful eventually, but for our little debugging purposes, I should actually leave this null so you can see this, if we even got to that path. Maybe I should just use breakpoints at this point. Maybe I really should just use breakpoints. Whatever. Okay. Compile and then run, and let's see what happens here. What's going on, K9? Silver, you've been showing up on this feed a lot. That's a nice keyboard you got there. Hope you're having a cozy... Thank you, Silver. I am having a cozy day, and hopefully you're having one as well. Glad to have you here. Okay, so we're gonna let this compile, and we're gonna try going from there. I'm gonna head out. Couldn't stay long, but enjoyed the time, y'all. Hey, you have a good one, Lucas. You have a go, man. Hope you have a good day and a good time in whatever you're going to be doing and or facing or encountering. I bid you good tidings. Man, for a 3-week game, I really chose to like experiment a bunch. Probably not the smartest. Oh, input's like 0 too. That's not great. Come on, let's go. So we're gonna go up. I hate that's like, there's a frame. There we go. So here, input's still 1, perfect. That's the ideal condition I want to inspect the character in. So we have current sprite binder. So, interesting. So we're right. SB_Luna up is the sprite binder we're currently using. We go in game. Is she doing? Nope, she's not rendering that. So we for sure have this sprite chosen. So our logic there is correct, and it's running. That's important confirmation. And now it's a question of, okay, if we have the sprite binder and we are like doing it's being assigned, and if you look at CC sprite render, you'll see it's not being assigned. It's just saying sprite. It's still at Luna idle. So either we're not setting the correct thing, or let's just check this. Let's double check this. Nope, that's the correct one. Or the function I have there is failing at some level silently. When we do set sprite result, it's failing silently. Animated material set sprite. Let's figure out where this may fail silently. We have this big if conditional. If target main texture equals null, which is not the case for our sprite binder. What? Wait a second. We say if this is null, we enable target material. Am I high? Target material is set integer, and we set the default stuff. But here we're checking specifically, hey, is the main texture null? Then we do. Maybe that's just what is going on here, is that this is just, I messed up like the conversion at some point. And this is supposed to be just meant to catch like a not null scenario. It seems to be focused on the normal map as well, because it's doing stuff specific to this. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be, hey, is this not null? I don't know why we're doing this whole normal map business here for whatever. Let's see if that's the case, and maybe that's why the method was failing. What's going on here? Has more flavor. I do Coca-Cola at times. Nope. Still problem. Let me just see something though. So sometimes code is weird on Linux. We're gonna import the script, recompile, and go from there. Anything about Unity, to be honest, but still interesting. And Unity's it's not that crazy, in all honesty. The basic gist is just the components. Like, everything's just built up components. Hey, there we go. You saw the different sprite. So you see like how she's like, let's zoom in a little bit. Yeah. So with my sprite system, we can have a one-shot animation where like it'll just go through the animation and then stop at the last frame. So I might do a smoother, because it's like snapping. Like she's just snapping from this state to like this upright state. Or maybe have like a lookup where like the more extreme your angle is, the further up the sprite index you're gonna go. Let's go. Okay, let's do the other one real quick though. So we have that sprite. Where is the other one? Here we are. So we're gonna do, it's gonna be a duplication of this one, but it's gonna be just simply making her like go lower, and that's gonna be really quick to do. That's gonna be a very simple thing. Like she's just gonna dip further down. Nope. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. I don't know what's going on with like her hands. It's kind of meant to seem like her hands being occluded by like some like feature of the bike here. But if we're gonna make it where you can swap out any bikes, there might be some bikes that don't quite fit that, or maybe I just make that a standard thing, but I don't know. Because it makes me want to have this also be just occluded out, so it feels more like she's dipping into something. I don't know. We'll see. Also might make her face go further up. So it's not just... Or is it? Oh, it does go forward a little bit. Maybe a little bit more. Just to really make it... Because she's going to look very small in the grand scheme of things. Of the screen. So, like, we want to exaggerate the pose so it feels much more... yeah, clear. And then... Do we need to, like... Maybe the knee should go down a little bit more. Just subtly. Not that much. Because like, your whole body moves. Like if your whole upper body moves, like you're going to have some micro movements happen on your legs. Yeah, that makes sense. That looks good. Cool. And go here. Delete. I'm going to yoink this. Yoink. And then we're just grab this, flip upside down, like this. Something subtle. Cool. Then we get rid of the underlying sprite. We make a sprite sheet out of this, and then we're going to save this as cool. And then if we go back to the game, if I can find it, here we go. We'll make the new sprite asset, and then we'll go there. Different sprite, yeah, definitely a different sprite. What software is that? I was using Sprite, ASE Prite. Or ASE, yeah, PRITE, I think. And go here. Now this Luna up sprite, or down sprite. First of all, I'm going to duplicate this. Okay, and then move this to there. Get rid of this debug mode, because we don't really need it anymore. I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure I dragged this right there. Don't do this to me. What? Oh, I saved it as an ACE file, didn't I? Whoops. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. I was like, why am I... Is it a Unity thing? No, it's just me being bad at using Unity. Oh, don't tell me. Did I save over the, No, refresh. Okay, we're good. I got scared. I thought I overwrote the file. No, we're good. We can go here, drag this there. Cool, and then go to the character sheet, and then we can just drag this down sprite, save, and then let's run it and then see how this looks now. I think I'm gonna change her sprite when she's going up, so her head is still looking forward. But I think this is good. This is good. I think this is progress. To redo it if you overwrite the file? No, I have. It's just wasted time, right? It's just extra processes. But I have the stuff there, so it's not a big deal. It's just, you know. Dang it, I had to waste some time doing the thing that I didn't have to do. But I have the files there. It wouldn't be that big of a deal to regenerate it. As for the up one, yeah, we're gonna change her sprite, the position of her head. Watching the gameplay? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Cold Sense. The game is also very zoomed in. It's not normally that zoomed in. But I imagine the FOV change is probably disorienting, the part that's disorienting for you. How are we gonna do this? Here's the actual thing. So we're gonna change her actual angle of her head. Oh, wrong one. Here's layer. Is there a way to make this look rotated? I'm sorry, wait, what? These sprites are not linked. So I should be able to modify this and compare with the other sprite. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why they were linked. Okay, so it's kind of looking, I think it's closer to what I want it to be, which is make it look like she's looking down, so that with the other angle factored in, it's actually gonna look more even. Maybe I feel like we're losing some volume here. There we go. And if she's going up, that means like her hair should also be kind of moved, rotated as well. I think like that would be a better angle, I think. Okay, some minor AA there. Cool. Then maybe smooth out this geometry a little bit. Not geometry, that little. In my mind, it's kind of geometry, but. Okay, let's see how this looks. Of course, we're gonna make this animated as well, so the hair is gonna flip like so. And this is gonna be dark. Maybe move this up so this silhouette doesn't rain down, actually. So it feels a little bit more distinctive. Okay. Save this as a PNG. Okay, I can't just do that. Okay, and this is going to be for the up motion. Yes, overwrite it. And hopefully the game just automatically re-imports. Or maybe I just gotta do that. Up, re-import, just to make sure we're on the same page, and then run it and see how this looks. You know, having the sprites, the intermediate sprites, is actually really, it's actually helping a lot with, it just feels way more smoother. Maybe I should do like a delta thing where it's like, instead of having an absolute value based off input, we actually do the delta of the previous inputs. So that if the player's already going down for a while, they just go back to the normal idle sprite. Let me actually try that. Because I feel like that makes more sense. And that wouldn't be crazy to implement either. Like, I think that would be pretty straightforward. I'm gonna move this here in a second. I'm gonna cache the previous input. Do I already have a last input? Vector 2? Wait, what? When does that happen? Okay, we have mobile input, K input. We have the final input. And then where's last input? Oh, that's done within here. And that's okay, that's a bad name for what this is. Okay, last screen, last input type. Okay, now I can do the thing I want to do, which is going to be have this. So at the very end, we're going to do, honestly, this function shouldn't be in charge of that. That should happen at the end of the frame. And then here, we can do vector 2 delta equals final minus initial, which is going to be input, minus last input. And then instead of using input directly, we're going to use delta instead. And that's going to derive, so now it's going to be relative to the last instead of the current. What's going on? Titanfall, oh boy. I never played Titanfall. It's kind of, I heard the tragedies though that happened with the game and hackers. Okay. So, it happens for like a frame. So, maybe we should have our tolerance be a bit more giving here. Yeah. How do we make this a bit more lenient over a set number of frames? Because the thing is that this is just direct value. So like, there might be like a couple frames where the delta is big and then immediately goes back to small. So what we could do, we can do more lerping of this. Lerping and just add another variable that's meant exclusively just for lerping. Yeah. Or we just make tolerance really precise. Let's just try this. Let's make tolerance like 0.1 and see where that takes us. Hair kind of flowing now, nice. Yeah, it's getting there. Yeah, thanks, Max. Yeah, we're working on this. We're gonna make this a pretty, hopefully a decent mobile game. That looks fun. She's just freaking out with the littlest of input. Okay, this is not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. So that's not the thing we're looking for. Honestly, I think we're gonna have to do like the lerped thing, or we have like a direct input, but then we have like a lerped last input. I think that's just what we're gonna have to do. Like, this exists only here, and we're gonna have this assigned it because this should be used only in this function. Last lerped input. So at the very end of this function, we're gonna do like last input is gonna be equal to math f lerp, and then it's gonna be between the last lerped input dot y. In fact, it's gonna be a float. That's all we need. All we need for this is actually just a float, because we only care about the y value. So like, this would be so dumb. It's absolutely so dumb. But whatever, we're here for it. So we have last lerped input, and then input.y, and then some kind of arbitrary percentage, like, I don't know, 10% times time.delta time. And then we're gonna use the delta of and then this is just gonna be delta for all these checks. And hopefully that should be more what we want it to do. This whole stream is lerp. We're just lerping everything. We're putting lerps on lerps. I'm telling you guys, lerp is like the most magical function in the world. Okay, that's closer to what we want. I'm not sure if that's better or worse than what we had initially, where it's just... It actually kind of works. Honestly, this actually kind of works. I think the up one is too extreme. I think we'll do an animation where it kind of goes to that extreme.
which is not bad. That's not hard to do. This is pretty cool though. Or just use, I don't like splines. I actually like having hand done animations. I know there's people who can make it look good and everything. For me, I like pixel art where it's not that. Yeah, so I think we're gonna make the either that or we make the either we do an animation, a more robust animation where it goes to texture. It doesn't start there. You build up to it slowly, or we just reduce the extreme of this. Let's see here. So we're gonna do something here. We're gonna make a few more frames of this. In fact, maybe I might just yoink all of this and make a... I wish Aseprite files could have multiple timelines. I get I'm being a little greedy with that desire, but hey. I like having cells that are just there for their one purpose. So let's start with the head movement and go from there. Let that be the driver. It's your convergence conditions. What do you mean convergence conditions? That sounds cool. Also, oh, actually, no, that's exactly, we want to start from here and then go to that extreme. Okay. The arc feels a little weird. Let's add let me get a frame where she's normally at for comparison. So we're gonna add a new frame, get rid of this. We're gonna get the normal idle sprite here. Yoink it. Paste it here. And I think this one, the Y growth is too large. And I think this frame, we're gonna make this a smoother animation. Just because we can see more of the character's body in this action compared to going down. Linear interpolation versus spline interpolation. Oh, I thought you were talking about spline animations. Linear interpolation versus spline interpolations have different conditions which are valid. In theory, it's possible that the interpolation will actually diverge from a real solution. In practice, it's probably a 3D issue depending on the algorithm used. Yeah, I get what you're saying. There's actually like a talk about that. About the error that incurs between the two of them. And on practice, usually it's not a big deal. But it arrives to higher precision as you get to like the 0 or 1 values. And 0.5, but then the values in between that is where the errors start to grow. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have her body contort a little bit. She feels very kind of like Sonic with her silhouette. Is this Cozy Cabin Sonic? Probably not. Yeah, it's fine until it's not fine, and you'll get there. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah, there's some weird oddities happening, but there's also other values I could play around with between tolerance and the speed at which I'm lerping the values. There's actually a lot of things going on that can very much affect the character of how this looks. Okay, we're gonna have to move here a little bit to be more towards where it is initially. I think we've taken some big steps today, though. I think I was struggling with finding a way to make this game feel good to play and also deal with the visibility issue of obstacles. And I think the camera solution we have of increasing FOV and distance is really kind of solved a number of our pain points, which makes me very happy. And I think we can just go with the simple layout we have, or the simple like generator we have, and then start implementing the power-ups and all that stuff that we should have. That's kind of long overdue. But hey, there's some basic fundamentals you gotta get right about a game before you can move on to implementing the rest. I swear, every time I work on a game, I have a little identity crisis with it. It's like a recurring thing. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's crazy to me how even a simple game, seemingly simple game, has a lot more design considerations than you might think. Yeah, this needs to be closer up. I think this is way too far away. Okay, cool. Let's export this. I'm gonna export the sprite sheet. We're gonna do, this is how big, 320. That's not an efficient use of the sprites, but whatever. I should probably just make a sprite atlas thing at some point. But fine, we'll just use a sprite sheet thing. And then we're gonna do PNG. And then this is gonna be the down sprite. Override it, and then you have what, 5 frames of animation? Yeah. we have to go here, and we're gonna have to change this to now be 5 frames, and then not looped. Because hopefully you're not holding it that much. Oh wait. It's the sprite size is not large enough. Whoopsie. Where are ya? Yeah, down. Or no, up. You need to be like, I think 512 is like 3 something, right? Hopefully I saved this as the right file. I saved this as up, right? No, I saved it as down. Oh, I'm dumb. Yeah, save as down. This is meant to be up. Whoops. Yep, whoopsie. We all make mistakes. That's okay. Yeah, and did I do this all to the... Yeah, okay, that's the up's right. That's the correct one. And then down is down, idle's idle, up is up. Okay, we're good. Up supposed to be 5 sprites. Yeah, there we go. And then down is meant to be only 2. It's very simple. Okay, we now try it now. Just add more ample torso animations. Okay, this is not... What is going on here? I'm pretty sure I saved the stuff. Let's just be careful. So, up is 2. That's what's expected. Up is meant to be 5. I'm dumb. I keep making the same mistake over and over again. Down is 2. I had it backwards. Wait, this is up. Wait, how am I mixing this up? Okay, here we go. This is the down animation. Okay, we're good. Are we good? Did I do a dum-dum? No, okay, we're good. Okay. Hopefully we're good. I didn't mess it up, did I? I think we're good. This is supposed to loop though. This is not supposed to loop. Okay, now we should be good. Yeah, I did. I overrid the down animation. Is it playing the whole animation? Oh, I think because we're overriding it as well. Because here we're not doing the check. We're just directly assigning. Yeah, we're just directly assigning this. Now we're actually doing the check between to see if this is different than the main. Okay, hopefully that should allow us to see the full animations. Look at Cave Story Dungeon. It really does feel like that, right? I was like, this feels very much... I guess the color choices and the... Yeah, it feels very Cave Story. I can totally see that. Maybe the next thing we do today is like start doing some assets. We have to make our animation faster as well. Because right now it's just 1. Let's make it like 8. Let's see if that changes things. You know what? Actually, I think I'm gonna do a lookup table. For like how extreme these things are. It's like the more extreme you go with the more extreme you go with the angle, it'll just match your intensity of the delta. I think that's what we're gonna do. That way the return, like if you're extreme but then you return back to idle, it's not as jarring. Also, I think I'm gonna lower the tolerance a little bit more. Like maybe by half. Or maybe like in between half. Let's see this. This feels way more responsive though. And then we have to do like the particle effects for like the engine. That's another thing we have to do. I wonder how how it's gonna perform on mobile to have a bunch of particles going. We'll see though. We'll see when we cross that bridge. I'm liking this so far though. This is actually this is becoming better and better, dude. I'm actually really happy. Let's commit the changes we have so far before we lose any progress. What was it? Shift S? Yeah. Added character animations and camera zooms. Git push berg. Not origin master. I need to get rid of the repo from GitHub. I canceled my GitHub membership, so we're making the move. Making the move. Yeah, nah. I keep things kind of PG-13, and you know, I'm also making this game for my nieces, so I'm not gonna really do that. There's plenty of games that are very, very like that, but yeah, I want to make games that my family can play and I feel happy with. I think even in general for games I'm not making for my nieces, I still want to make things that are very very PG. I mean, there's a lot of that content on the internet, right? Alright, let's see here. Let's try building to mobile real quick and see if how this looks there. Because one thing on my CRT, it'll be different on mobile. Let's build and run it. What's going on, Salty? Glad to have you here. Let's see this. Alright, it's building right now, and while it builds, let's think about the next step here. So you have the game board manager. And we also just have these general, oh, the game built, I think. No, it's not. That's the old version. There it is, now it's building.
Cool. Nice. I can actually see where the things are. I can see what's gonna hit me. Let's go. This is actually so sick, man. Like, yeah, it's not perfect, but especially for things in the vertical direction. But this is actually pretty decent. Very decent, actually. I'm very pleasantly surprised by this. Sweet. So, let's go in here. Hi. That's not done. Yeah. With the alt account? No. Oh, really? Cozy Cab Games. I haven't heard about that. Unless you're Kojima with this. Oh my goodness. Yeah. How do you know about the other what do you mean other content? It's like promoted everywhere, man. If you go on any social media, you just see like all this stuff. Like even if you make a new account, like how many games come out with that kind of like marketing behind it? It's just like, oh my goodness, man. Nope, never seen that. Hey, man, you need to show me the secret, man. I mostly left social media because actually I've come back to like Instagram, but it's like my feed has been, it's catered to me. Maybe because I don't interact with the other stuff enough for like it to start filtering things properly. Anyways, so let's think about how we're gonna architect levels and how we're gonna have things spawn correctly. So if we have levels, we have like layers of, not abstractions, but layers of structure that are going to exist here. Which I guess is kind of an abstraction, right? If we go to Xcali, we have like something like this, which is like a segment or a chunk. Yeah, let's call it a chunk. Like we have a chunk of a level that's going to exist in some way, and that's part of like a larger set of like everything themed. I guess we just call this a level. But some chunks are different than other chunks. Like we had the idea of like there's gonna be some places that may have like land, and then it goes down, and then you see like, oh, this is just like the ocean, right? And it has to be contiguous like that until the next area where then it comes back up. So we have chunks. So I guess we can have chunks of different orders, where there's certain chunks that are gonna be I guess we can think about it as like depths of shells, because we have like this shell idea. So if we have this, there's a random chance that we might go down to a lower shell, and then depending on how many shells we allow, we can allow like a bunch, and then like at every single step, it can either go back up or down to the next one. So maybe this can be like a I don't know, a metal second city level thing, and then maybe this is like the forest level or forest like shell, and then this is like where the sand is, and this is where the water for the ocean is, and then it can go back up based off of that. So we can have chunks for the background that are going to be based largely around like an identity of one of these things. So maybe we can have like we can start off with a preset for one of each depth, and then
go from there. I think that's actually a better way of thinking about it. So like, there's actually more to this, but you basically have shells which define a chunk, which then define the level. I like this. I like this a lot, actually. And I think it's the way we go about it. We will see a game like, no. Actually, maybe. I had some stuff like gifted. Actually, not even gifted. There's some stuff I got a long time ago for the memes. Like the Colonel Sanders dating sim game. I love watching your streams. Thank you, man. Thank you, Ashton. I appreciate it. But yeah. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that kind of thing, though. Yeah, the KFC and dating sim. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's forever ago, though. That's kind of a deep, not a deep cut, but it's in there somewhere. Where is the? So we have the joystick. I want to upscale the bottom part though, because that one doesn't look nearly good. Yeah, the joystick base. Because I think we upscaled the other one, but we didn't upscale this. So let's do sprite size. I think we did like 200%. Really? Only 200%? How much was the other one upscaled by? It doesn't... No, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it was like that amount. Huh. Who'da thunk? So I'm just gonna do something very easy, which is just delete this and then redraw the outer one, because trying to upscale it manually just does not look good ever when I do it for some reason. And wherever this... Okay, let's try... Wherever this and this meet... Don't. We're gonna do the next circle starting from there. I think that's about right. Yep. Fill it in. Perfect. Perfectly upscaled, and then we can just fill everything in from there. So start making the edges of this arcade stick. Oh, there's the inner one too that we need to do, don't we? Yeah. Meow. Meow. Actually, before I even do that. Actually, no. Screw it. Meow, meow, meow. Get rid of this. Not before I get the color though. Select it, delete it, and then with our fill, yoink this. Does that feel equal? That feels about right. Nice. And then we can start our quest of making things look nice and HD and yet still hand pixeled. Because I care. Even if the world does not care, I care. Thank you, Terrell. I saw that right when it got snapped. It's like I just saw someone exist for a second, and then I just saw you put a black bag over their head. I was like, jeez, let's go. Don't mess around. On your CRT screen, then LED. Oh yeah, 100%. Like when I zoom out to normal resolution, things blend in a way it doesn't on normal screens, which is pretty cool. Pepsi Man. That's a great song. I love jamming to it. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, if little old me, because I've been doing pixel art for the longest time. Either longer than I've been programming or just about the same amount. But, yeah. I would have been geeking if I thought I would one day be able to do this on a CRT. Which is not that hard, it's just I never thought to even do that. Like, I thought a CRT was way like unattainable, but then, you know, I didn't bother to look on Facebook Marketplace or anything like that. But hey, better late than never, right? He's giving me Pepsi time every time I see him. Thank you, Pepsi Man. Thanks for the kidney stones. Hey, Pepsi Man, I drink all your products, but can you cover the hospital bill? Pepsi Man, I can't keep drinking Pepsi for every single meal. I need a water. Pepsi Man, please. Please, Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man, my 5-year-old is dying. He needs fluids. Cues the Pepsi Man theme. Just oh, man. Pepsi Man, my children are dying. Please, give them water. Pepsi Man! No! No, stop it, Pepsi Man! No! Pepsi, make me a... Pepsi, allow me to make a... Fund me to make a horror game based off of Pepsi Man. The whole theme is you're trying to get water to your local village. You went to a river. You found some water. Your village is dying. They not only like from lack of water, but also their crops are dying, so they can't like feed themselves either. And on your way back with that gallon of water, all you hear in the far distance is just in fact, when he gets close to you, like he gets far away, but then he gets closer to you. Oh, he's right. Is he? He's right in the distance. He's like 6 feet away. Oh, what is that? Oh, he's behind you? Oh, he's right behind you. Dude, I would actually, you know, honestly, as a meme, I think I would actually make this game. Like, I've been thinking about making a game in one day, like some kind of challenge for doing that. Maybe that's the game I make, is this the Pepsi Man, Pepsi Man game. Maybe that's how we make our actual debut. They're just making the Pepsi Man horror game. Do you think Pepsi would sue me? Like, be real. Do you think I'd get sued for making a Pepsi Man horror game? You know, honestly, maybe that's a case of bad press is good press. I don't know, man. I think we're onto something here. I think we're onto something here. Okay, I can't tell what's not transparent and transparent, so we're just gonna add a blazingly, offendingly red background. Oh, beautiful. There's a bunch of... apparently there's a bunch of gaps here. Actually, I should use the pink, like, missing texture color instead, actually. Yeah, that sounds right. Now we lock it. What's going on, Charlie? Unironically, I would play that. Okay. You know what? Maybe it's a time. Maybe it's a time. Maybe that's a challenge worthy of my expertise, my talent. Definitely not baby formula. Oh my goodness. Well, that's when you play Nestle. That's like that's a Nestle one. I don't know. Maybe it could be a horror game series where you're following different companies trying to make water not a human right in different and creative ways. I think that'd be great. Is owned by PepsiCo, the global food and beverage corporation that owns Pepsi brand, as he was created for their Japanese marketing campaigns in the mid-1990s. OG of Running Game. They should add Pepsi Man to Dead by Daylight. It's gonna be a great hit. I love game development. I'm at a beginner level at coding in Lua, and now I get even better, and I could practically make whatever I want. And so, yeah, it's fun. I think that's kind of one of the crazy things, though, is that you spend so much of your life just trying to get the ability to make things, but once you have that ability, it's like, okay, the possibilities are kind of endless here. They're just kind of endless. What do you do? What does a gamer do with such power? I could always make legally distinct Pepsi Man. That's always a thing I could do. Let's see how this looks here. Yeah, I'm liking this so far. I'm liking the look of this. I'm not sure I want to commit to dithering or not, though. I kind of like the look of dithering. I think it kind of matches a sporty kind of look in a subliminal, at a subliminal level. It also kind of gives texture to this, like it's like some kind of polished steel or something. Yeah, I can mess with this. Alright, let's see how this looks in game. Get rid of this pixel. And then, is there like an intermediary thing missing here? Or maybe not. Maybe I just need more dithering. I got a fever. Okay, run it. See how it looks in game. Cola Kid doesn't have the same ring. It does. It actually doesn't. Cola Kid doesn't hit the same. Though, kudos to you for thinking of Cola Kid on the spot like that. I wouldn't have thought of that. Brought to us by J.J. Abrams. One time I dereferenced a pointer in C++ and then an airplane crashed on the island and had to input a numeric sequence every 90 seconds. Yeah, we've all been there. You know, we can all relate to that. I still remember the first time I dereferenced a null pointer, and then the compiler came to my house and bashed in every single window and took my family hostage until I deleted my code base. Until I installed JavaScript. So until I installed Node.js. I lost my GCC privileges that day. Oh, I managed to skirt that one out. Okay, I'm taking this though. I like the upscaled one we got going on here. If you could just be stupid with it, that's fine. Cool. All right, I'm happy with this. So let's do the shell thing. Let's talk about the shell thing. Average C++ developer experience. Yeah, that's why I program in C exclusively. If you double delete a pointer, Bjorn shows. I can't remember how to pronounce his name. Strotrap or something like that. I'll personally come to your house and eat your dog. Yeah. That's why I only have 3 toes. It's because Bjorn came in here, ate the rest of them, ate my dogs. I only have 3 more attempts at C++ at pointers before I lose my privileges. And then I have to go to Rust, where the Rust compiler breaks into my house for trying to get two mutable references to a file, or to a not a file, to a pointer. Alrighty, so we have the joystick. Let's look at this structure we have here for the scene thing. So we have in the game board, we have a definition already for a chunk, which is like a size of 2000 something. You know, I still kind of like the idea of subtractive, like kind of making some pathways. There's a part of me that does like that. Let's fix. What we're gonna do is we're gonna fix the culling implementation, so that we don't have stupid issues with how things look, or not things look with performance. And then the player's current position is like what? All right, everyone, you're gonna have to remember this for me. The player's current radius is negative 66.3. So we're gonna change this to 1T1.3 instead. My favorite number, 1T1, and we're gonna test to see. We're going to try to get to the bottom of this culling issue. Oh, this looks extreme at this scale. Actually, it's kind of better because you can see the culling kind of happen. Oh, that's actually a really cool perspective. You can see the culling happen in real time and the object pooling stuff working, which is pretty cool. But now we just need to have the Y segments included in it. Sick. Garage. Return. I don't know why I'm using the mouse. I could just... So yeah, the things in the back should not be visible. Only the things that are in front. And even then, I think we can make the window way smaller. So let's go do that. So yeah, the size of the chunks and board cell, yeah, whatever. Let's go to our culling logic.
which honestly should be like separate into its own thing, but whatever. And then we have our left and right margin, which is like slightly behind the player and then 50 meters in front of the player, which you could change to like 10 meters, I think, with this new view. And now it's a matter of culling on the y-axis. Trippy and cool. I'm glad you dig it. Yeah, I could have just done a simple 2D scroller, but we decided to be ambitious and make it be wrapped around a cylinder, and that has a lot of ramifications that made this game go from doable in like a few days to being like, hey, we're gonna use most of this 3 weeks just dealing with the oddities that come from having space be represented by a positional component and a rotational component. But like, you know, we don't want to be lame. Like, let's do something cool, man. And stupid, but cool. Glitches you ever encountered on your game development? I know there's a funny one that Terrell clipped in the Discord. Let me actually pull it up. Yeah, and the culling radius is much smaller. Maybe that's just fine. Maybe it's, I don't know, no, I want to have like a, or we're gonna do something. We're gonna be cooking here for a little bit. Let me go to here though. Let's go to here. I hate that Discord forces me to use my mouse. Oh, I was getting added. By whomst? People and ideas. Canonically online. Okay, anyways, the clips channel. There's this, I'm making an overlay in my own game engine, and this is how it looks like. It's like basically a recreation of the website. I did one in Unity, but I'm remaking it in this engine now. And I remember with trying to get the camera movement working, we encountered this, the values I used are very wrong. And I ended up having this. Let's see how this looks. And it's just like, it's like, you're, I don't know, it's like a person who's pumped full of like all the energy drinks in the world, plus like a few lines of cocaine, is just looking at this cabin with anxiety. Like, that's what it looks like to me. It's like I'm a person who's just shaking like crazy looking at the cabin. I think it's the most like not interesting, goofy one that I've seen. That's just a result of having dumb values. Yeah, I'm making indie games. And then once I finish this game, hopefully I can go back to working on my engine. After going through 400 short streams, mass reporting, and hate spamming these peeps, you have achieved the Medal of G absolute unit. Thank you, man. Thank you. No cringe, absolute wretched. That's all we're here for, man. That's all we're here for. I appreciate it. And thank you for your part, man. And, you know, I mean, I'm assuming the people you reported are, you know, just people doing bad stuff. So if that's the case, heck yeah, man. There's a lot of slop out there. There's a lot of slop out there. Point and click? Not quite. I mean, I guess technically this is a point. It's not a traditional, it's not a point and click adventure game like you'd think about. It's just literally you point and then move. It's not, this is not how it actually looks like. I'm just testing a feature right now. I'm dealing with this culling issue, so I have to have things set up in a very weird way. This is not, there's actual environments and stuff. But right now I'm trying to have this culling. Maybe 10 meters is too small. But I want to have the culling work on the X and Y axis, not just on the X axis. And right now we're doing this only on the X axis. And we're doing what? 1/10 of board length. Why is this always in relation to board length? Huh. I forgot why I implemented it this way. And I think I do want this possible loss of fraction. Yeah, because I think we want to do this, have this be like an integer coercion. Because we're ultimately using this to get indices. And then here we do the y stuff. This is kind of hard to follow, if I'm going to be real with you. I almost want to separate this out to be like there's stages to this culling pipeline we got going on here. Taking drugs in an earthquake. Yeah, exactly. That's how the side looked like. That was the Adventures of Coke Boy. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Is it too late, right? Is too late, right? Too late for what, Daniel? What's too late? But in general, yeah, I play a lot of point-and-click adventure games. I do like playing point-and-click adventure games. I never thought about making them. I think puzzle design is a very specific art that I'm not sure if I lack because I never tried it. But I don't know. I don't feel very well equipped to make point-and-click adventure games. They're cool though. Like I like Mechanarium. That was good. I feel like I played more. There's like Puzzle Agent. That's also good. I didn't finish it, but I need to get through it. There's of course Sierra games and LucasArts games. Never played them. I know they're legendary though. Stuff like Maniac Mansion. Yeah, you need writers, exactly. I'm not a writer. I don't feel very confident in my writing. I would like to get better at my writing ability, but why not just explicitly make them ints? That's what I'm trying to figure out, why I didn't do it. I feel like there's a reason I didn't do ints. Because I think I'm not directly... I think for one part I'm using it for indexing, but there's somewhere else where I'm not using it for indexing and I kind of need the precision, which may warrant having the separate thing. Okay, so we have... This is a min x, min x, max x, right? The min x coordinate in this grid, the max x coordinate relative to the player's position is being forced into this index space in a weird way. And we find the min x relative to the player and then a max x relative to them, which is like position x divided by board cell length. And like how big is, I guess it's 2,000 meters, right? So for the player to get to the end, let's see how many minutes there is. Because then maybe we could just have like this, we call it a chunk, but it's not a chunk, that's like a level in its entirety. We can just have the shells be subsets, partitions of that space. Because clearly, like, we go beyond that. In fact, let's someone do a timer. Actually, I'll just use a timer here. This phone has been lobotomized. It has no other function beyond just being a debug phone. So we can use it for this, why not? Do I even know how to get to timer here? Clock. Not now. Stopwatch. Okay, we're gonna press play. We're gonna start the stopwatch. I mean, we can do the math. We know the player's max speed in this engine. And if we know the max speed in this engine, we can... Oh, and there's health as well. Whatever. Whatever, we'll just do the math. But I don't wanna do math. Okay, whatever. I think the player's max speed is like 10 meters per second or something like that in this engine. Default engine. What is your value? You have a max speed. Oh no, 30 meters per second. And then this is about 2,000. And then this board cell length is 2, so it's actually 4,000 meters total. So if we do 4,000 meters, Is there not like a Linux calc? I know there's like a BC for doing functions. I never actually, I always want to learn this. BC. Let me actually Google, because I want to actually learn how to use this. BC math functions. I know we're on Google. We can just learn it. I don't wanna. I just want to figure this out. Okay, so they have... No, that's... Command menu. Thank you, GNU. What do you have for me? Sign of... Oh, you can just do... Okay, arctan. They have complex functions. What about simple things? Like, can I just do BC plus A plus B? That's where I want to go to. Math functions. Okay, examples. Oh, that's for script though. Okay, let's just try BC, what was it, 4,000 divided by 30. Syntax error, of course. Or is it like BC division and then 4,030? Nope, I don't know what I'm doing. Taylor series expansion. I may have to include like 10 seconds of padding because I felt like it. Wait, what? It took you 32 seconds to find the stopwatch. GG's. Yeah, it's an actual mod. It's a real one. And we have like a little green mode here. Like it's a real physical thing I'm interacting with. Meow, 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 meow. I can even turn it off. It's pretty sick. Yeah, it's syntax error to me. Wait, am I just in BC right now? Can I do 2 plus? Oh, you start BC and then you can do... Okay, let's see. 4,000 divided by 30. 133! Okay, so you just start BC. Okay. Use quit to exit. Oh. Oh, so you just start BC as a program and then you can do your math expressions in there. Huh. That's pretty handy. Okay, what was the number again? I forgot. It was like 133, right? So I'm assuming that's seconds. 133 seconds, and then BC it. 133 divided by 60. Actually, no, wait. Yeah, divided by 60. You want to see how many minutes? It's like 2 minutes. That's 2 minutes. That's like our target. Cool. Yeah, repeating. We're round. BC doesn't care about precision. It cares about roughly. So we have like 2-ish minutes worth of. That's enough for a level. So I think we can actually partition this like little grid into like the chunks, and then we can have, I don't know, a byte array. Not a byte array. We can have like an array for the chunk sizes. We just have to define some kind of means of defining the length of these chunks. I think I'd rather just procedurally generate it instead of having like prefab. I think I want to do that route. That's what I'm thinking. Because then all we have to do is define shells, and then you can define the height or width of the number of shells per segment. So at the very beginning, you can just randomly like generate this, and or we don't have to even pre-compute it. We can just have it happen on the fly. I mean, it's very little data, to be honest, if I'm gonna be real with you. So if we're setting in our heart of hearts that this is gonna be
like the size we defined here, which is going to be board chunk width and height, and then this is board chunk width, and then board cell length. But we can have another constant defined, which is going to be board total length meters, and that's just going to be board chunk, or yeah, board cell length times board chunk width, and it's no longer a chunk, it's just the level. So we can actually simplify this more to be like, hey, this is just the size of the buffer, let's say. So board, maybe buffer width, or maybe just call it board width. Because board is just independent of actual real life size. And then this is the total here. And then we're going to define like, no, I didn't want to compile yet. We're going to define some kind of const for like, I don't know, what's the terminology we had here? We had like, this is actually chunks now. Chunk length, or chunk count, let's say that. And chunk count would be what? Board total length. You know what I should just do? Spell it lowercase. And then just select it and just that. I don't know what I'm caring so much about it. We can make chunks like, I don't know. How much are the boards right now? If I look at it actually. Like, cell, you are, let's just scale. I don't think it's uniform, this shell. It's like 60-ish meters. It's not going to compile and run, but so I think this geometry is from -1 to 1, if I'm not mistaken. So the scale is going to be just double. What's going on, Mario? Damame worked length or spelled length wrong. I'll check it out. This class is getting a bit complicated, bro. Yeah, it's probably going to happen at some point. There's a lot of responsibilities going on here between board state, the model view, and then culling, as well as all that. We'll do that eventually, and eventually may never come. Let's say cell length is going to be like 100, right? Or chunk length is going to be 100, and the chunk count's going to be board underscore total length divided by chunk length in meters. That's going to define how many chunks need to occupy this space. And then we can make a buffer. What we're going to do, literally int defining height. Let's be really optimized. Let's use a u byte, because I don't think we're going to exceed, just a byte. Let's be really optimized, guys. It's going to be a byte of length. Actually, I'm trying to do C syntax here, and it's not going to work the way I think it's going to work. Okay. Chunk map, or chunk buffer. Oh my goodness. and chunk underscore okay, we have our byte array. Nothing crazy. And then we're gonna have a whole thing to manage this for generating this. And this doesn't matter. It has no impact on gameplay whatsoever. So we can just do things. We could just do stuff. We can just be weird here, man. So honestly, this is like fairly small enough where we can even like start separating it out now, because I don't really think we have anything that's messing with any of this data yet. So yeah, what do we want to do? What do we want to do? What does thou wish to do? I can make a companion. Actually, I already have a buffer here. And we're gonna go in here, we're gonna go into levels. I think we have the board class here, if I'm not mistaken. Grid shader, not using that anymore. Actually, where is the play grid stuff? Is it in gameplay? No, gamed. It should be though. I should probably just start putting stuff in there. Git config. Levels. Player. Where do I want to put this? Okay, you know what? We're just gonna put it in gameplay. No, levels seems. But gameplay. Yeah, gameplay. Whatever. And we're gonna make board chunk manager.cs. And then we're gonna go to that. Come on. Don't lie to me. Don't you dare lie to me. I know you're real. Oh, I think I have to wait for Unity to compile correctly. And I think there's a syntax error somewhere. It's mad at me for something. Thank you, Nike. Or Nicey 2 times. We're cooking a game right now, Panka. Okay. Let's see if this works now. Here we go. Do I really want to make this? I think I'm just make it a basic class. Yeah, no deriving, none of that business. Just honestly, I almost feel inclined to make it a struct, but then I don't want to deal with accidental double allocations of things. Board, and it's dependent. There's like circular dependencies with these values as well. Because these constants are derived from like board width, cell length, all this kind of stuff. But it's known at compile time. It's public. We can actually access it externally. So I think this is actually fine. Board total length. I spelled wrong. I don't think if we pass this around, it's gonna cause that issue to happen. It's not that much memory anyways. Or if I want to be extra, I can always make this like a subclass within like a partial class of the greater class, so it has access to each other. So there's kind of like friendliness. Non-static struct member cannot have non-static struct member. Oh, it's because it's a struct, which means that there's like a whole thing going on there where it's like you have to actually do
have to do this business to make sure everything's initialized the way you want it to be. And then... Why are you mad? Struct cannot contain explicit parameterized constructor. Oh, because you need to have some kind of... You're causing issues. I wanted to have this be embedded into the memory map of the class that's outside, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Who cares about performance in 2025? Who cares about it? Who cares about cache coherency? That's a myth. Okay, no. So we're gonna have this generate thing. It's one thing for this to be initialized, it's another thing for values to actually be populated into there. So, what code editor is that? I'm using Writer. C#. Not very cache money of you. Yeah, it's not. Usually I'm like the person who goes on this whole tangent about trying to do things the right way. Well, whatever. So we're gonna have our little algorithm where we're gonna start with like an initial seed or something. Maybe we start at like level 3. And then as we iterate, and this is not a... Yeah, I can't make this const. I can just put this in static memory. Alright, whatever. Anyways, so we start with our initial value. Maybe we can do a random range at some point. But either way, from there we're going to iterate through chunk. No, not count. Buffer. Okay, and then new value is going to equal random range -1 1, and then what do we do from there? Chunk buffer. Oh my goodness, can't type today. It's going to equal its initial value of... I'm sorry. What? Oh, it's a byte. I forgot. Oh my goodness. Why did I... It's fine. I want to make the most of memory, man. And then we have to define like an upper or lower range. Lower bound is going to be 0. Actually 1. There's always going to be one shell. And we're going to find an upper bound. And that's going to be like, I don't know, 4 or 5 or something. And then, of course, for this, we have to have some kind of asset list for the different types of chunks. So, or set assets, I think, would be a good method for this. And for each cell level, there's going to be a... I don't know what I do. Maybe material, or maybe the textures, and we construct the materials shelves directly. I don't know. I kind of like the idea of just supplying textures, but then there's some things, because we have our control map situation going on here, so I think maybe it might be better to provide like actual materials for this.
In fact, we might want to have, because it's not just like we're going to have one specific shell asset per level. I think we want to have like a list of lists. Shocking, I know. Of shell assets. And then these things. Oh, my bad. We set them there. Anyways, so we have this generation happening. We have... I need to rechat. How do you do assists? What do you mean assists, Pascal? And how long is Python? What do you mean how long is Python coding? What kind of dark magic is that? Nah, no dark magic, just coding. Just some humble old coding. Simple old coding. That's all you need in life. So we have our byte value, which is going to be 0 to 1, which is... I'm just going to cast it directly to a byte. That should be fine. And it's going to indicate either we go up, down, or just middle, no changes. And then initial value is going to equal plus equal, no, it's going to be equal to mathf clamp, and we're going to pass in the new value you have in mind, which I believe is going to be, what is this? Yeah, it's value first. Okay, perfect. New value plus actually it's going to be, I mean, it doesn't matter, it's commutative, right? But I like having the original be modified by the new value. And then we're going to use lower bound as the min, upper bound as the max, and of course, conversion cast to byte. Nice. And then this is going to be generating. So randomly it's going to be going up levels, and it's going to top out at the big values or the low values. So you're going to have like basically something like this. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, Icarus. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. But honestly, like, I wouldn't necessarily call this humble either, because I feel this is, you can get to this kind of fluency, how should I say it? Like, this is not as far away as you may think it is. Like, as far as navigation and code navigation, as far as architecting or designing problems, like, that just comes with time. But, you know, I wasn't always like this. Just take some time, steps after steps. So anyways, we generate the values for this, and then what we're going to do is, once this has been generated once, at any given point, we can sample into here and generate the shells. So we have like, we're gonna have like a list of we're gonna have another one, but this one's gonna be different. It's gonna be like mesh renderers, and it's gonna be shells in game, in level, and I think every time the player is about to enter the next level. We need to think about this a little bit. I need to think about this a little bit more carefully. I think we need to have 2 shells visible at some points. Even if only one's going to be visible. So that, because I don't want to have a bunch of game objects. I'd rather recycle these shells. So, what's going to happen in the game manager? Like we have this, I did like this preemptive abstraction that may or may not be necessary. I don't know how I feel about that. Anyways, we have these chunks. They're going to exist. And then as we go through the game, we're going to have decisions that have to be made about how we're going to make things happen, how we're going to switch between what's in front of us at any given moment. So like in the game, yeah, it's like a model versus view representation of it. So what's in my mind right now? What I'm thinking is that oops. Also, what's going on here? So we have like, you're going through the game, right? There's a single level, and the players, let's say this is one chunk, and the player's like here. And as they get closer to this point, they're gonna have to see two chunks being rendered. The previous one and the next one that they're going to. And then once they get further into here, this one should be recycled and then later used for this one over here. So it's like building this thing. It's like building the train track while the train's running on it, right? And that's what we need to do here. And that's the intention with this. So every single position, we should be checking to see if we need to generate a new chunk. Which means, like, let's say we know the length of a chunk. So every half length the player travels is a position where we should check, hey, do we need to generate a new one? And then how does that generation look like? So this is generating the model. This needs to update view. And in fact, maybe this can even handle it. Where we pass in like the player's current position. And then this guy like converts it to like the chunk position and then dictates what needs to be visible where. Indie games are going to explode, especially since AI gobbling up all the RAM. I'll start making games too. That sounds fun. I never discourage people from making games. Making games are great. Well, you know, not with AI, but games are great, man. Creativity is always fun to do. It's always fun to be creative. Actually, is that statement really true? Because people can be creative to like a negative end. So I don't think that's the intention for most. I don't know, I'm not too mindful of it. This is an endeavor mostly for fun. Partially there's like a monetary desire from it, but all the decisions I make are not really motivated by that. It's rather motivated by just some good old-fashioned fun. So, or what I find interesting at least. So you have this thing, it generates the model. Cool. This is going to happen. Happens at the start of new levels. Cool. Honestly, I almost want to unify these two functions, because they're going to be happening largely around the same time, if I'm not mistaken. So we can just unify this, because it sets all the assets we needed for the next level, and it generates the basic model for it. And then this is going to be updating the view anytime the player's at a position that requires it. So like we can do a thing of, hey, what do we know? We know the board's length, right? Which we have defined, yeah, the chunk length in meters, which is like 100. And what do we do then, right? We find if we know the maximum chunks we can have are like, or the shells we're gonna have are gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, because it's inclusive, right? No, that's all values we can have inclusively. Like you can't have a value of 0. I think that's the main thing we're doing here. And we're doing clamping at upper bound. So yeah, it's gonna be literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So that means that total we need to have 10 shells available at any given moment. So I might make even like a private static list game object, and all this serves to do is create shell pool or shells. Heck, we can codify this as like an array, since it's a fixed size. Actually, specifically mesh render, and create shells is going to be equal to new, and then this of what, lower oh, can I not use, oh, because I made this static. Yeah, I don't think it's very happy with me doing that. Oh, because this is not const either. There we go. I know this produces the correct result, but I don't think that math is gonna. I think it only scales if upper bound is the only thing that ever changes, either increase or decrease. It's not gonna work if lower bound changes, so I should probably be aware of that. Also, this is a wrong data type. It's okay. We all make mistakes. Me more than others. That's all right. That's how you learn. Eat the RAM, you have to keep the machines from getting them. It's like watching you as the professor type out my homework assignment for the weekend. Oh, man. That'd be kind of fun. Just thinking of ways to torture students. We'll see, though. So this is the shells. We pre-allocate it. We actually have a public method, though, at some point to generate shells. And then all that matters is that we construct, like, we have to load the actual mesh we want to use for this. So we have int I equals lower bound I less than or equal to upper bound,
because we want to be inclusive for that. And then I++. And then game object equals and it's going to be just called whatever value it is. Yeah, why am I doing that? Actually, no, we're going to do some string interpolation. Shell I and then shell add component mesh filter. This is the one we're going to have to go to resources to load the mesh from. And then mesh renderer. That's the only thing that really matters. And then finally, we index into the shells themselves. And in fact, this is wrong because that's only for one full set, but we need to have 2 sets at max, which means we need to have like times 2, which means that we're gonna have to have like total shell count cool, and then we can replace all this total shell counts, and then we can iterate. Instead of doing lower bound to upper bound, we're instead going to actually start from 0 the way it matters, because that's where we're actually indexing into, and then go less than total shell count. Yeah, because I think I'm doing things wrong. And then we're going to do shells I equals render. And that's all that should be needed for this. And then we're going to have to set the mesh as well, but I don't believe I have the correct meshes there yet. So we'll do a placeholder right now. Resources.load. And then shell mesh. Yeah, that sounds good. Mesh resource path. And then I'll set that eventually. Perfect. And then dot mesh equals mesh. Cool, so we have this thing that generates the meshes, the shells. Nice. I like it. I'm glad you dig it, Merciful. What's going on, Josh? Oh, is this a game? Is this for a game? I thought we were hacking into the Pentagon for a second. No, I like my freedom. And besides, I think I like the skill for that. Not nearly enough, don't know enough about piping commands and all that kind of stuff. I felt like a cool kid today using diff and then piping into grep and then doing stuff with that. That was pretty sick. I need to do more of it though, to be a real elite hacker. So this generates the shells. I can't do this here. There's like a sequence to these functions. You have to generate shells first, and then you're gonna have to generate the model, and then you're gonna be calling update view whenever every time the player position's updated, or basically every single frame. And here's where we're gonna be doing our little. We can do a calculation to see which shells have the least amount of
the lower X compared to the others, and then select those, or we can just kind of teeter-totter between them. I don't know. Maybe, I think we have to do that actually. Oh, brother. How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? For updating view. See, all this felt super simple and easy. But now when I'm actually thinking about how we're going to do the representation or drive this, I'm like, maybe I don't actually know what I'm doing. Maybe, oh maybe, I might just be a little simple boy. Just a guy. I don't know what a tax is. What is a W-2? I don't know. I'm just a boy who is scared and yet must make do. And then we have this input requirement as well, which is a whole thing. I think this abstraction was actually worth doing, because then we have this list of weighted chances for game objects. Well, that's very different than what we need now. What I actually need is definition for each shell. Which honestly, I think I'm gonna keep them ordered. Decisions we have to make. Actually, maybe not. Because we can have like configurations for what a... We can have like preset definitions for shells. Because this list of lists is totally not confusing. A list of materials. Which defines configurations. And then even then we would choose to render them. Like we're not gonna be... Well, let's first just figure out where we're at as far as like these chunk positions are concerned. So we have to round based off of like 50s. So you have to round to like the nearest 50. So essentially what we're doing is half chunks. We're gonna be things are gonna be positioned at they're gonna be positioned at whole chunks actually. So we can just have a stateful thing of just being like a integer and be like current. Keep track of things that way. So we can start off, it's like 0. So if, I don't know, the difference between position.x minus current chunk position is greater than 100. Actually, let's do the opposite. Let's do less than, so we can have an early escape condition. So that means there's nothing to do, really. And then, otherwise, we're gonna do, okay, it's greater than that. So let's calculate the rounded position, which is going to be what? Position.x. In fact, let's just do this. In fact, let's even abbreviate it. So we're gonna do player position. What's going on, chill guy? Glad to have you here. We're gonna do player position. What are we gonna do? Divided by. Yeah, divided by board or chunk length in meters times chunk length in meters. Now, mathematically, you might think this is redundant, man. Why are you doing this? Cozy, why are you doing this? These coefficients cancel out and you get the player position. However, this is programming. And when you do a division by an integer on a float, there's a loss of precision that happens. So you do this division and it might be like, I don't know, let's say the player is at 120, like 120, and we, no, that's not what I, yeah, let's do even simpler, 150. So if you divide player position of 150 by 100, you're gonna get 1.5, but if it's a casted integer, it can't be 1.5, so it gets rounded down to a value. In fact, this cast might not even do the rounding the way I want it to. Either way, it rounds the value down. In fact, I might even do min, or like a floor function or something. Either way, it rounds it down, and then when you multiply it back by chunk size, you're gonna get the nearest 100, the nearest multiple of 100. So in our example, the player is 150 meters and chunk length is 100 meters. Divide it, you get 1.5, you cast it int, it becomes a 1, and then you multiply 1 by chunk length, and then you get 100. And that's how you round to the nearest thing. However, I want this to always prefer going down. So instead of doing this, I might do like math f floor, because I think this does the rounding down to the nearest integer. If I returns the largest integer smaller than or equal to f. Oh, really? The largest integer smaller than or equal to f. Cool. That's exactly what I want. And it's going to produce what I want to have here. And then we can do the generation of the chunk. The chonk. It would round to 2. That's how I'm doing floor. Because I know when the rounding with int is not, I forgot what it was, but it's like to the closest odd number or even number, I think. I think that's the way they do rounding. Either way, the idea stands. Well, that's why we're doing floor explicitly. But sweet, so this is our rounded position. Nice. And then from that we can figure out where to place our shells and at what length and size relative to radius. So we're going to iterate through. We're going to do float shell count. Actually, just a byte. Because why not? We're being fun, right? And we're doing given this, that's just giving the rounded position. Now we have to get index position from there. So again, rounded position divided by chunk length. It has to be -1. Yeah, chunk length meters. -1.
So that's going to give you... Or is it? No, I think we can just use this value here, actually. Nah, C sharp. We're doing some C sharp. Some good old-fashioned, maybe not so old-fashioned, but some pretty good C sharp. Devin today feels pretty productive. Yeah, 'cause I think we're gonna run to the same rounding issue that I'm concerned about. So I think it's better to keep. Or no, because this should be. Integer for sure. So we can just use, we don't have to do this casting business. We can do this and it'll be like, if you're at 100 and that's the closest where the player is, divide by chunk length. Actually, we don't have to do the -1. I think we can just do this, because then if it's like player position is 0 or near 0, it's gonna get rounded down to 0 and it's gonna be, okay, so that's gonna be good. So that's our index position, and then we're gonna be doing chunk buffer at index position. Okay, and then we can iterate through this. And I think I did things dumb. I think I did things a little dumb by mapping lower values like this. Yeah, I don't know why we have a specification for lower bounds and upper bounds. I could have just said, hey, this is 0 and this is 4. And then like that'd be the same value range, like values for everything, but I could just iterate through it and it'll be fine. Because now if it's mapped like that, the shell count is gonna be, you know, int plus, and we can go through the different shell levels and do the things we need to do here. These are things that get weird because I need to figure out how we're gonna get the set of assets per shell. That's when we get into like the list of lists. I almost want to wrap this in its own like shell config, and it's just a list of materials. Shells. I'm sorry, what? Okay, there we go. There we go, system collection generics. And then that way I can make this be, instead of a list of materials, it makes more sense that there's like a preset configuration of shells. Config. The only thing I'm wondering about is that we have these full set of configs, but we're not gonna see everything. I almost want to try doing like a, instead of random range, do like a some kind of normal distribution for this. I think about that. Thank you, the one guy, or that one guy. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's fun to dev like this. Yeah, I'm a full-time developer as well. I have a day job where I do programming, and then I
go home and do some more. It's a good time. I enjoy it. Also, is it anyone? What's going on here in the Discord? What's going on here? Which, by the way, guys, we have a Discord if you guys want to join. Just, you know, if you want to see updates on games or ask questions about development, we have a community of people there who like nice Half-Life 1. 1 second. I need. You gotta appreciate CRTs. You gotta appreciate them. You gotta appreciate it. Do you think he's 8 Loveless? No, we haven't gotten to punch cards or anything. Punch cards would be crazy. No, she's way before punch cards though. That's the biggest thing. She was all in the mechanical age of computing. Okay. So we choose random. Shell config. Or slice, that might be a better word for it. Or preset or something, I don't know. This is a private thing. Shell assets. I don't know what this is called. What did I call this? Current chunk position. Shells in level. Shell assets, there we go. There we go. So we get this. First of all, we have to determine shell config. So we have to do like a shell assets and do another random range. Between like what, 0 and what's our shell count? No, that's not shell count. The maximum would be like shell assets dot count. And that would be like our list. List of materials. Am I thinking about this correctly? Shell assets. It's a list of shell configs. No, it's actually still shell configs. It's just that we were using this here. That's why. Okay. And then we index into these assets. Actually, we don't do that at all. We do this. What is this? What did I call this? Shells, of course. Of course. How could I forget? And then the tricky part is going to be selecting the I'm sorry, what is going on here? Oh, it's a private member. Yeah, I'm going to change these names. I don't like this. There's like too many redundancies. What's going on here? She used punch cards? Oh, did she really? I didn't know that. I thought she did mechanical stuff. How do I type? I'm not that fast of a typer, I'm gonna be honest with you. You can just you can grind monkey type and stuff.
You can just go to, I don't know. Oh, that's a different. Yeah, that's a different workspace. I was here. There we go. Oh, wait, did someone join the Discord? Hey. Welcome. What was it? What's your name? Born SD. I almost read that as Bjorn. I was like, is Bjorn watching this? Bjorn shows up. Glad to have you though. Welcome to the Discord, man. Make yourself at home. Now on the monkey type front, yeah, like you would be surprised how bad my typing is. Like I'm lucky if I get to 90s, but I think if you get even past like 50, you get to like 60 like words per minute. That's a like it's a better quality of life when it comes to typing and coding and stuff. And I think most of my speed just comes from code navigations and not using the mouse. But as far as like actual typing speed. See? Choking. See? 85. Pretty alright. Definitely not 100. I know people go crazy with typing. But it's enough for me to be workable and to do the things I want to do, and it's pretty good. It's enough for me. I think getting used to home row though forces your brain to like learn how to, I don't know, it forces your fingers to having these rigid patterns, which makes life a bit easier. And then there's like or is it type practice? Yeah, Keyber. This is a good one. They start out progressively, so you start with a small set of words, and then they slowly work you up from there. So like they'll focus on a certain number of words, and then they'll start tailoring stuff until you get past it. So it's a nice little progression. I used to grind this and just watch some videos or something. Especially when I got my other keyboard, my split keyboard. That was a big thing I had to grind. And you can see like how far through the keys you've gone. It's pretty nice. Just spend some time doing that. Like 30 minutes, like, I don't know, a week or a few days doing that. You'll see some improvements. This is scary. We're typing like a lot of code here though. We haven't tested a single thing yet. Grow 6 finger. Would affect typing. There is that family. I don't know where they are, but there's a family of people who have 6 fingers on both hands. 12-fingered. It's like a genetic thing that's passed down from parent to child. Like there's multiple generations of people there with 6 fingers. It's pretty sick. Like if they would be like characters in a manga or something. You know, this legendary family of 6-fingered people. And because that's 6-fingered, they're really good at, I don't know, stenography or something. And it's like not deformed, like it's like a normal finger. It's a regular finger they can use and do stuff with. It's pretty wild. Yeah, I think there's a better way of describing this. It's a preset. And then instead of doing this, which is hard to follow, we're going to try to keep it kind of professional.
instead of trying to bake all these commands into like a single line. And then we iterate through this and just render as much as we're allowed to based off of this. Now the tricky part is selecting the number of shells we're going to be used to draw. So what are we going to do? Select all the shells with positions less than the current position. Or the bottom number of shells? I don't even know, man. And I dread coding in my code. What do you mean? Wait, you're studying computer science? You're going for a computer science degree and you dread coding? Am I cooked? I mean, that's kind of important. It's kind of important, right? But what part of? But that's a very specific thing. But I want to get more information. What part of coding do you dread? Is it the errors? Is it the debugging? Is it trying to make a solution? Like what is the thing that makes you get anxiety from coding? Or is it the opposite? It's the fact that it's like, I don't know, maybe not having the opportunity to code, or procrastination or something. Like, I'm curious before I say anything else. Because I think there's some, regardless of what, like, depending on what you say, there's different ways of trying to tackle that. But I think in general, it's going to boil down to just code. Not the easy. not the. It's like that get good thing. Just get good, dude. It's easy. Just get good, man. No, let's see here. We have these shells. And what do we do with the shells? What do we do? Or how do we select the objects you actually want to use, recycle to use this? I mean, it's not that complex of an operation. Like, you're just gonna get the bottom 3, right? And it's like, it's not that complicated. Like, we could just, no, we're not locking. We're not doing any asynchronous businesses here. Let's see here. Where's... Also, my naming conventions are completely wrong here. Shells and level. No. Shell assets. Maybe it'd be better to name this like the naming is just all... What am I doing? These actual concrete shells. And then what's the size of total shell count? 0 plus 4. So it's a length of 4 inclusively. Yeah, we're gonna stop being dumb, and we're just gonna say this is gonna be max shell count, and we're gonna say 5. I think is what we said right before. So 5 is the total number of shells you're gonna have. This is gonna be max shell count times 2, because I think in the final implementation we're gonna have to have 2 sets of them, and then go from there. Without some vested interest and not a direct aim to get from the scale, might not be the service to you in that capacity. It's more hardware than I don't know. to intimidate. I mean, there's different skills. Like, there's some soft skills when it comes to programming that people don't really talk about. That can be developed, right? It's just a matter of recognizing, hey, that's a thing I need to work on. Like, debugging is not easy, man. There's a certain level of patience you need to have. And also, you have to be okay with, like, being, hey, I don't know stuff. Like, that's, I think, and I know this happened, I know this because this happened to me before, and it's kind of stunted my growth as a programmer. But I used to be overwhelmed by not knowing stuff, and I would just say, I'm just too dumb to know this, and I just wrote it off. And it turns out, no, it's not that crazy. And also, a lot of people also have the same kind of thing, that same kind of confusion or whatever. So once you get like past that, it's like, oh, you can just start working through whatever thing was limiting me. I just can't bring myself to start making anything functional. I also struggle comprehending some abstract programming concepts. But like Draco said, I'm actually more interested in the hardware. Okay, so that might be part of it. There's like a lot of... There's something really cool about this, right? But hardware, when you focus at that level, there's actually more concrete problems you're dealing with. When it comes to software, especially the abstract stuff, a part of why it's so wonky is that there's so much, how should I say this? There's like, there's complexities that are imaginary. Rules that are kind of imaginary that we're just operating by to manage complexity and information. So a lot of times you're not dealing with just the straight up restrictions of the hardware, but rather you're working around and wrapping your mind around man-made complexities. Which is to say, like, it's complexity introduced not because the hardware needs it, but rather because this is what humans need for other factors, right? So I can totally see that and how that can be demotivating or just not incentivizing enough to just tackle it. Because it's like, all right, there's all this extra stuff. Which is why, like, for me, I enjoy working in C because it's, like, much more closer to the hardware. And you're dealing more with things at that level. And then, of course, you can go beyond that and go into the end. Like, I'm still talking about C in the context of an operating system, but you can always go into the embedded world. And that's a whole fun, wacky, weird place to be. Especially if you're using, like, things like Verilog. I mean, I haven't used it personally, but I know it's like this weird thing where you're designing architecture with code, and the code kind of looks similar to what you're dealing normally, but it's actually different because you're dealing with wires, not instructions like a normal CPU script or program or something. So yeah, that's definitely part of it. As far as making anything functional, I wonder what you mean by functional. Like, where does your interest lie, and what is functional in your eyes? If you don't mind me prying. Let's see here. Select the material. Oh yeah, we're gonna do the iteration here. That's what we're gonna do. Int I. Yeah, we'll just do this again. Shell, max shell count. Your sub's off. Thank you, Gaurav. I appreciate it, man. So, we have this. We have shell count, we have I++, and then we're gonna find how we're gonna do this. It feels super simple, and yeah, I feel like I'm dumb. It's easy to find like the lowest one, but the lowest three, I feel like I'm being dumb about this. Like, this is something that could be an interview question. An interview question might just be like, oh, GG's. So what do we do? Let's do it in a very dumb way. Because at the end of the day, you're just gonna have. Actually, I forgot. I stylized like this. Shells dot transform. No. I'm sorry. Oh, because I have to index into it, that's why. And then we iterate to there, and then we're gonna get position. What am I doing? World position. You don't specify that, it's just position. In fact, all that really matters is X. Float X equals this. And then what? The fact that I don't sort this too just makes it more annoying. And what are we comparing this to? We're just comparing them against each other, actually. Yeah, I can't even tell the difference between software architectures, and by functional, I mean something that can be used, since I was only taught the basic structure of a code. So what do you mean software architectures? To build full-fledged apps? Ooh, that depends though, right? Because there's this like this thing. There's this like. So here's the thing, right? And here's where I lie. There's like two types of people I know. Maybe not two. This is like two. This is the way I kind of think about it. I think there's more nuance to this, but there's some broad categorizations where there's people who are fine using with adopting an abstraction as long as it gets them to their goal. So what does that mean? That means like there's people who are much more focused on the goal. So they'll use an off-the-shelf like framework or something, and they don't care if they don't know what's actually happening underneath the hood. They just know, type in these magic words and you get this UI and you get this stuff and whatever, and you know, you get your app, right? You know, you use your widgets, you use your whatever. So they don't know what's going on under the hood, but they don't care about that, right? They're just cool using it. Then there's like, and I say this because this is like stuff I encountered working in projects when I was very young in like my software journey. Really like let's say college level. There's people who are like not comfortable not knowing. So they're not comfortable not knowing that stuff, and they just end up like writing stuff on from the ground up. Even if it's worse, they know what's going on under the hood. And that's kind of where I used to. I still kind of am. I don't know. At a certain level, we all concede to some level of abstraction, because we're not going to be we're not going to be going to the CPU and writing machine code, or we're not like moving electrons with our magnet, right? So at some point, we concede to some level of abstraction. But that level between like zero knowledge versus like 100% knowledge, there's people who lie on like different parts of that spectrum. And I know for me, I didn't like not knowing that, being super at this level. I like actually having not only knowledge, but also control over things, even if it wasn't really necessarily needed, because it made things feel more real and I can understand what's going on. Whereas like if I operated with this stuff, I felt so helpless because I don't know what's actually going on, and I felt dependent upon it. So that might be something you're facing. Maybe that's what's going on with you. Where it's like, hey, I don't know. Just start, man. Pick the most simple project, try building it, learn as you go. as their first project. No, yeah, 100%. Like, it all starts from there. I'm just wondering, in this particular case, if it's like, if part of the thing that bothers you is that. Also, let me get rid of this. Because at least for me, like, what I struggled with is the fact that there's like, hey, there's all this stuff and I don't know it, and maybe I'm just and maybe all these people know it 100, like maybe people are operating here, but from my perception, I was assuming they probably knew 100% of it, right? So I felt helpless in comparison to that, that incorrect expectation. I don't know. Like you said though, Larry, at the end of the day, that's all I always recommend is just doing stuff. Just start working on projects. Make a small and attainable goal, work on that. You can scale, or maybe make a big one. That's the other thing I always said, is like, you can set a big goal, and even if you fail to get to it, you at least understand, like, okay, here's where my weaknesses, this is where I fall short, and then you can go from there. What am I doing? What am I actually doing here? I'm so tempted to just do a simple sort thing. Like, I don't want to stretch my brain to like. I feel like there's a really simple way of doing this, and yet my brain is just not working with me right now. Alright, let's see, there's a system link. Presets. No, not sort. Or I could just do the if-else thing, or we keep track of the positional offset and then we index based off of that. Because I can guarantee we're going to be using one or the other. That way, like, all the index are based on that configuration. And if that's the case, then there's no need to iterate. You can deterministically know, like, which shells you're going to be initializing here based off that offset. So it's going to be like, let's just be hypothetical here. But we pass this test, we go through here. No need to do this. We instead do shells. And then this is gonna be, in fact, is gonna be equal to, let's actually do a few things here. Let's make sure this is a field. I'm not gonna lie though, because when we're talking about, because you're also talking about understanding applications of data structures, and I think it's helpful to be in a position where you're with someone who's much more knowledgeable about you, work on a project together, because like, these things you're introduced to, like interfaces or abstract classes or whatever, like they just seem kind of nebulous until you actually see it in practice and it's in use. But usually you only see that when you're working on a project with someone, either like at work or in an internship or like, you know, at a game jam or something, right? Offset. Also good to see you, Tamirka. Again, nothing is as exciting and as rewarding as problem solving. For me, I mean, it's usually one thing that makes me keep going. Problem solving in general, like building software, creating. Yeah, it's super fun, man. I love it. Super duper. I think like I like solving puzzles, and a lot of times, software projects bring up very specific and interesting puzzles. And it's cool because you can kind of just chew through it throughout the day. And when you finally get it, it's like, yes.
And even if we fail, it's like, okay, but we explored all these different avenues that I wouldn't have explored otherwise. If this is gonna be like an off if and thing, then maybe I should just make this be a Boolean. Place. Okay, so no offset. Otherwise, we're gonna do chunk length in meters. Actually, no, not that's max shell count. And cool. We do that, and then renderer dot material is going to equal to mat. Perfect, and then we're going to also make it sure it's active as well. What's going on, Pert? Or Pet? What's going on, Rice? I'm working on a game right now, making I'm making the level generation stuff currently for the background visuals. What's going on, Kate? It's going good. I'm actually very happy with the progress today. I think I've solved some very fundamental issues about the game, and you know, it's coming together, man. It's actually, I'm kind of surprised with how well this is coming together last minute. We got the animations done as well. We had this camera zoom out thing and FOV change with the faster you go, which helps with the visibility. I want to work on the culling stuff, but I also want to work on the environmental visuals as well. So we're going to work with this first, and then I'm going to go back to fixing the culling issue. Let's go on Divine. Yeah, I can show you some of the game right now. It's very productive. There's just, like, every time I finish these streams, there's a lot of times where I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen with this game. I don't think we're going to make something that's decent within 21 days of this, but I'm not gonna lie, I was feeling a little demoralized because I was like, I don't know what to do, how to solve this visibility issue in a way that feels fun and good. But hey, dude, I think we did it. I think this is good. Like, I actually played on mobile, and I'm like, oh, this is actually pretty decent. I can navigate. I'm not getting blindsided anymore. I'm still seeing the character pretty well. Yeah, what's going on, Petter-Rank? I subscribe. I hope you get famous, and I hope the best. Thank you, Divine. I appreciate it, man. Much appreciated. But yeah, feels good. I think part of why I feel better too mentally is because I forced myself to do better at work. Like, it's not like I was like neglecting work, but it's just like I was like coming back from my vacation, I felt kind of tuned out, and it was harder for me to kind of get in to the meat of things. But taking this week to like take personal time just to get better at to get in tune with work. In a weird way, got my brain back into like a general coding mode that's kind of transferring here. It's very weird. Like, even with streaming yesterday or the day before, I wasn't feeling great. I was feeling very low energy, but just forcing yourself to work and just get through it, it just kind of kickstarts the engine. We have this going. Cool. We have the set active thing, and then finally we need to do the offset, where offset equals the opposite of offset. And we're not going to know how this looks until we actually start dealing with this. So, we also have to do scaling as well, depending on the shell. So I think we're going to define it where shell 0 innermost
shell 4 outermost. Where do you work? I prefer not to say, but I work in like a general. I work in VR for my day job. A renderer or game. So I'm working on a chunk mesh generation thing. So let me show you. First, let's show you some gameplay. Actually, I don't think I can, because I changed. I can get this back to working the way it was before, but I need to enable all the visuals, and I need to correct the player's current position to be where it was. Right now we're at 1T1.3. Need to go back to 66, and you're gonna see how the background visuals look for the levels or for the game. Where basically there's shells of there's like shells of different okay, let's go to a place that actually showcases it better. Come on, go up. So you can see it a bit better here, right? There's like multiple layers, and I'm calling them shells that are going to be kind of composing the environment. These are just test kind of placeholder ones. But anyways, but this is just kind of generally how it looks and how it works. You have multiple layers of these shells on a cylinder that you're rotating around. And now for the generation, I want to have a way of populating this environment with these. But I don't want to have a bunch of them because this is going to be built to mobile, and this, now we got this working on 30 FPS on this $40 phone, which is good. And I like to keep it that way, which means I don't want to have that much objects and geometry in the world. So I have elected to implement this maybe in a prematurely optimized fashion, but who cares? I think it's better this way, where let's get our language correct. So you have like individual shells, and then multiple of them constitute a in fact, let's do this. There's a single shell, and then multiple of them constitute a chunk, and then multiple chunks constitute a level, right? And the way I'm kind of defining that is that we're going to have a preset level of slots for shells, where there's going to be a maximum of 5 shells. So I have like this array of bytes. They're going to have values from 0 to 4. They're going to indicate what shells are going to be shown. So we have like a preset of, let's say, this different shells, and depending on the number here, it's going to dictate how many we show. So if it's 0, we're going to show this one. If it's like 3, we're going to show 0, 1, 2, and then 3. So all these would be rendered. The thing is, though, I don't want it to be just an abrupt thing. So each shell, for each chunk, they're going to be a difference of just one shell. So the value can go up by 1 progressively, and then maybe down. And it can stay here potentially as well, but it's never going to be more than 1. So that for each level or each chunk, you're going to have something that feels kind of continuous. So it doesn't feel disjointed. So this is the idea. This is what I'm kind of implementing right now for this thing. And as the player gets to different parts of the level, we can map their X position to this index. It's going to tell us, okay, take these previously allocated shells and update it with the visuals for this one. And when the player gets here, we're going to do the same thing, take these 2 shells and then pop it in there. That's how we're going to implement it. That's how this works, and that's precisely what we're currently implementing right now. So hopefully that answers your questions, Gabe and Divine, and anyone else who asked. Okay, question: when do we need structs? So in C# specifically, are you asking about that, Spartan? In C# or just in general? Just for fun. is always interesting to me, but seems way too far from my general interest and capability. Guys who coworkers on the game engines are probably cracked. Yeah, game engine programming is so much more fun too. I like having that kind of control. Yeah, C#. Okay, so C#. Let's talk about that. So structs in C# versus classes in C# are very different. In C++, they're actually very much the same thing. It's just difference of default visibility or scope for struct members or class members. C#, there's a very big difference between them. So when you pass, so for example, right? Let's go here. Or let's just go into Vim. Actually, no, just Vim. So if you have a function, let's say public function, I don't know, public void. Let's think of an example, right? Move player. And in one scenario, we're taking player as a struct. And we define some kind of struct there and do something with it. And then we have another one that's a class. So we're going to start with this, and then we're going to go beyond this. So in C#, when you pass in a class reference, you're passing a reference to the original thing. So in this function, when you pass in this player class to this function, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm visualizing this good. Let's say you pass into here, and then you do something to player, right? You mutate it, you do some changes to it. Any mutation to this input you have here, this is input. Any changes you do to input in your function is going to affect the original. So you're directly affecting this guy here. Whereas with a struct, by default, when you pass it into your function, and this is like, I don't know, subscript C for class, and this is going to be subscript S for struct. I don't know. This just work with me, all right? Work with me. When you pass in the struct in your function, and you do something with it in this scope, like mutate it, like change its position or something, this is not going to affect the original, because what you're actually passing in is a copy of this value, and then mutating that copy. And once that copy reaches the end of scope, it gets discarded unless something else is holding on to it. So that's just a general basic thing, is that in C#, in general, classes are passed by reference. Actually, start here. That's the first difference. Passed by reference. Whereas structs are passed by value. The second thing is that classes are automatically allocated to the heap, whereas structs can actually be allocated to the stack. And that's not always the case. You can box struct. You can box any primitive, really, and have it be allocated onto the heap. But in general, like if your struct contains if it contains like fixed size things, it'll be allocated to the stack. There's also some other additional things like structs. You cannot have a empty parameter constructor. You can't do that. Whereas in like classes, you can. I feel like there's way more to this than that, but this is the stuff that comes to mind. Oh, there's also no class or field initialization that happens in structs. Like, so for example, if you make a struct and then you have like, let's
see. This even happened here, I think. Like if I were to make this a struct right now, there's some things that are gonna go wrong, like the fact that I can't initialize a bool to false. If you call default, like it's gonna be that value, but like you can't set the values directly in the struct. Whereas classes, you can actually have initialization happen in your fields. What else is there? That's the stuff that comes to mind. Class or field initializers. No field initializers. I want to learn. Well, there you go, Dennis. So that's the main difference between C structs and classes in C#. And then in C#, there's actually more stuff beyond this too. Like there's things like records, which are pretty cool to use. So let me get this straight. We use structs when we need to change field values as a copy without initializing like a normal class. Yeah, like the way I kind of think about it, and it's not always the case, but I kind of think about structs the same way I kind of think about as like data where the instance doesn't matter. So for example, the most common example in Unity is vector 3. So if I go to like, if you look at vector 3 in Unity, if you guys don't know, like vector 3 is literally just a collection of 3 floats, and they're usually used to represent like positional data or colors or stuff like that. And you initialize it like this, and that's kind of all there is to it, right? So this is something that's used usually as value types. As value types when you're passing around. So like when you pass in the position of like your transform, how should I say this? Like you can mutate that copy, but it's not going to change. You have to actually mutate the original class. So I kind of treat that almost like value types, whereas like things that need to be centralized and where all changes to it need to be like consolidated, you just make it a class, right? Something that's kind of taking definite ownership over things or the state of things, then make that the thing. And it's kind of nice because when you're dealing with a struct, you know for a fact, hey, mutating this is not going to affect the original thing. Usually, right? Because, like I said, structs may themselves be passed by values, but they can be boxed and have references to other things that are actually like classes. And if you have a struct that references classes, then like you're going to be referencing that directly. I like when passing by ref is by default, but you can copy and decopy stuff. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I know Rust does a lot more with that kind of. Actually, yeah, they do a lot more stuff. They do a lot more copying and all that kind of jazz. And then there's more fun stuff, because like if you're really a nerd and you want to like enforce some kind of memory layout stuff, I think with structs you can even do like field offsets in C#, where you can define exactly how your memory for the data for your struct is going to be laid out in memory. And it's like a it's an attribute attached to stuff. And I think it's particular for structs. Yeah, I don't really see that being done with classes. So usually in high performance context as well, you can oftentimes see me using structs. I mean, like, you know, that's kind of the way you deal with it. But yeah, I think that's pretty much most of the knowledge I have about that. And of course you can coerce C# to pass by reference for like structs. So you can be like, if you for sure want to be able to modify the struct and have the changes propagate out to the original source, you could always make a function like, I don't know, void mutate struct
and you're going to take in a struct of some kind type, like let's say a vector3, like we mentioned, but you're going to prepend a ref keyword to it, vector3, and then position. And now you're not modifying a copy, you're actually modifying the reference. It's like passing a pointer to the original struct member you want to modify and do stuff with. So you can just like, you know, you can force it, and it's not only for structs, you can do it for anything. You can do it for primitives like integers or whatnot. Like, it's all there. But in general, like, structs is a pass by value, and it's nice because if you have something like in the front end view, like like for example, the shop stuff, the shop view, this is just a front end representation of the shop, and it receives updates of shop changes to the shop data, right? So if I could find it, yeah, here we go. So a message broker receive, and it listens for this struct value, and then it does updates on it. And the reason it's a struct is because like I would just want to read the values from this. This should not modify the backend data whatsoever. So by receiving a struct, you're kind of just implicitly understanding, hey, I'm not getting access to the original data. I'm just getting a copy of the data. If someone wants to mutate this, they have to go through different channels and means. So it's kind of a nice communication of boundaries between who has access to modify and mutate versus who has access just to read the information and go with stuff. So like, that's how this kind of works, and their usage of structs and its applications. Like if I go here, you'll see there's a struct, public struct that just contains some basic information that should be read only. So yeah, there's the gist of that. I didn't mean for this to turn into a little, it's not even a rant, it's just like a little lecture, but I find this stuff interesting. Very hyperactive, this one. Yeah, I'm just seeing the whole chat get spammed by this. What's going on, Project Win for Life? I think I understand it. I never use them, but when I work on my games instead, I use scriptable objects or abstract classes to have value changes. The values change. Well, you're centralizing. When you're using scriptable objects, you're kind of, or classes in general, you're saying I want to centralize this stuff. Like scriptable objects are just a subset or inheritor of class. You can think about it that way. Oh yeah, some food for thoughts. In many languages, structs by default are not mutable, and you pass them by value. Philosophies like structs definitions are type definitions. Their instances are terms. I dig that. Drive for programming. But yeah, so that's the general gist. Hopefully that's helpful to someone here, and hopefully that makes gives you some better insight. I'm kind of deranged. I like working in C. I like having just one option of just struct. Everything is publicly accessible, and you know, it lives where it does in memory. It lives where I tell it to live in memory. It can live in the stack, or I can make it live on heap if I want to. I don't care. I have the power. It's fun living life like that. Until you share your code base with other people, and then like that deteriorates very quickly. But for me, in my stuff, I enjoy it. It makes me happy. I was good at it. Okay, maybe not. Generate shells, we generate model. That should for sure be called by the game board. And game board manager. If I listen, oh look at this on the message for on pre-level load. So if I listen for this, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I commented this out. Oh, because it requires stuff. That's why. And then we do chunks. Well, we're gonna just do this in update, which is like chunks. It's not gonna work the way I want to, but we just need to get this working first. Update view. And then what do you require from me? You require the player position. Cool. So you can just check for this every single frame and then go from there. The bulb. Here's the bulb. It's a real bulb. It lives. I can dim it or make it really bright. We have control. I have been making games for 6 years and making software for 4 more years before that, and I still feel like I'm not ready to publish my games. Hey, that's just how it is, man. Like, I've been making games like for 15 years, dog, and I'm still struggle to get a simple game out. There's a lot to it, man. Just not only from the nuts and bolts of crafting a game, but also designing is hard. Designing a game that's actually fun is hard. So it's not enough to be a good artist or a good musician or music producer or a good programmer. Like, none of these things individually make a good game. Vision is like, and design are very much, it's very strange because it's like the role we kind of look down on because it's like, oh, you just have ideas. Whatever. Ideas are weak, which is true. But they're also the foundations for whatever project you work on. And I feel like I've spent most of my life working on just getting better at programming or music or art. And the thing I've neglected is design. And now that's the thing I'm kind of wrestling with, is maturing as a designer. Chunks update view. Did I delete the... No, this is correct, actually. That is correct. And then we need to do some stuff before I even get to use this. So we're going to have an asset here. I believe it's empty. Chunk. Or shell. That's going to be mesh underscore shell. Yeah, I think that works for me. Let's go back to the Unity and then go from there. Is that C language? Nah, C sharp, sadly. I'd like to return to C++ or CLAN, but I want to get this game done, dude. Beware, actions have consequences. Yup, Tamerka. Can I get mod? I'm your biggest fan. You have some good knowledge for this game. Thank you, Divine. As far as mod goes, we'll see. Let's see what time. So let's see what we got going on here. So we have this mesh. Let me yoink it real quick. And also we need to define the radius for shells as well. So that's another thing we need to do. Can I... What? Being moved? I didn't mean to do that. Skip all. Yep. Okay. So we're gonna yoink you. And we're gonna move you into... Actually, we're gonna duplicate you. And make you the mesh I want you to be. Which is, I believe, is shell. Which is mesh underscore shell. Yeah. Abides with my naming convention. And then we need to move this into resources of some kind. Do I have a root level resource folder? If not... Okay, we can just put this in... Let's see... Levels? Like... There's a resources folder there, but I'm not sure if I like the levels folder. I may want to change it at some point. Whatever, I'll put it in levels for right now, it doesn't matter. There we go. On top of that, if you are me, you aren't able to think simple like most people, so any game design just becomes too big for me to make alone. I guess the only thing I designed that was simple was a narrative game like Until Dawn about news reporting. Scratch that, it was my first game when learning, which was a space arcade shooter. I mean, that's good, dude. So here's the thing, right? Depending on what your goal is, a very simple game can make a very big impact. And I have this issue too, because we talked about this, how basically I'm in the middle of a recursive call where I had a big game called Crimson Crown, and I decided to make a smaller game called Messy Mansion, which became much bigger than I expected. And then now we're in like the third level of this, which is this game, Fight and Flight, or whatever I'm going to call it, FNF, until I can finally collapse the recursive call back up, finish the smaller game, then finish the slightly bigger game, and then finish the big game. But talking about the impact, there's a game I made a long time ago. In fact, it was one of my first games I published on Newgrounds. It got taken down for copyright reasons because I used music that wasn't mine. But I think if you go to itch.io, and I believe, yes, I'm older. Yes, I was born in 1927. I was born in 1927. That's not me. Trixel, itch.io. Oh, okay, I made this game. But there's a one before this one that I made. View. Yeah. So this is all my Game Jam games I did. But there's one game called Love Pass I made. It's a super simple game. I made it in stencil. There's not much I could do beyond just moving a character from point A to point B, and that's it. And then in between different stages, you would see a message pop up on the screen. So it wasn't anything that crazy, but one person who played this game sent me a personal message on the site, and you can't see the text very well, can you? I think it's probably glitched out too from age, because of course software degrades with time. Anyways, they sent me a message about how this game, despite its simplicity, despite like all the flaws with it, how it gave them comfort with dealing with the loss of someone they were facing, and remembering them, and the fact that they're not forgotten. And that kind of really impacted me. Super simple game, like no mechanics beyond just don't get hit by the things, and yet it still impacted someone. And I was going through something there. My family was going through something during that time, and that's why I kind of made this game. But it's one of those rare times where like the thing I made connected with someone, where it felt like me and them felt the same, had the same kind of experience. So that is to say, like, you don't need complexity to make impact. You don't need any of that stuff to really connect with other people with the things you create. I think most of the stuff I'm doing now is much more complex for the sake of saying, hey, proving that I can make something complex with the skills I've accrued over the years. But if your goal isn't to like flatter yourself, or not flatter yourself, but to like prove something or overcome something for yourself personally, and your goal is just to communicate or share something with yourself, you can use an out-the-box game engine, a very simple drag-and-drop game engine that has a limit on how many lines of code you use. Like, that's crazy. A limit on how many code blocks you can use. Oh, this is not Stencil, it's Construct. I use Construct too for this. Used it once, hated it, abandoned it. But yeah, man. I don't think I'm gonna finish this on stream. If you guys want to try it out on your own time, this is like the only copy that exists, and if this goes down an itch, it's gonna be a very sad day for me personally. Maybe I should play through it just so I have the recording of it, but I don't know. I'll leave that for your own personal exercise if you desire to do that. This account's dead for me, by the way. I'm never gonna go back to this account or publish anything with it. I think I'm fine with it being like that. So yeah, there you go. Complexity not equal impact. Exactly, T-Money. Exactly, T-Money. In fact, it makes you want to try something very simple then. Or something more personal. I love the complexity of code and making things that are complex, but I think the best apex for me is gonna be the day where I can merge that sincerity with ability. See y'all tomorrow. You have a good one, Divine. You take care, man. But yeah. What's going on, Sherlock? Yeah, it's good to see you, Renoa. Sadly not an FF9 Final Fantasy 9 stream today, but that's alright. So, we have the assets. Now I just need to go make some levels, don't I? Some materials. So, we also have to, okay, there's one more thing we have to do. I'm not gonna lie, it feels very empty without that music. What's going on, Jenny? Hope you guys are doing well. So you need to set radius. And I don't know how I want to go about doing this aside from just having a const float lower and then equal constant upper and then lurk between them. What's that music? Who's the artist? I don't actually. Let me go on my Newgrounds, because I think the artist. It was like a royalty-free thing. I didn't get got for that. I got from taking a song from Cowboy Bebop, which fit so perfectly. I couldn't think of anything else. Your projects. Let's go through. Can I sort by games? Published, unpublished, all games. Titans Within, Lunar Transit, Love Past. Here we go. Yeah, created on 5/3/15. I wish I could see the comments of it again, but alas, I cannot. Is there a way to download this? I want to see if I can download the file. But I think it's under credits where I have the music listed. User credits. Here we go, Piano Lib by Nathan. I believe that's the correct one. Yeah, KGZ. You might know him as James Landino nowadays, but he's the guy who got me into producing music in the first place. Yeah, he went by KGZ back in the day, I used to listen to his music, and that's what got me into wanting to produce music. And learn FL Studio and do some music production, and yeah, it's pretty gnarly how he's blown up now too. Do you guys have a Discord, by the way? Yeah, we do have a Discord. Yeah, take time, but I feel like they're more rewarding when you finish the mechanics. If you're lucky, you can get to finish. And in fact, even better, if you design well, you can have mechanics actually reinforce the idea that you have in mind. There's a lot of games that do that, or maybe not a lot of games, but there's certain games that do it, and they wouldn't be the same without the marriage between narrative and mechanics. I think a lot of designers struggle with having the tension between mechanical affordance for users versus the actual narrative. But if you can do it, if you can marry those two things well and make it feel purposeful, That's when you have something very special. Something that can only happen in games as well. Let's say 30. That's the beauty of it, though. That's the beauty of it. Radius, return. Yeah, what am I doing? We're gonna do... Alright, I'm gonna stop the music there. I don't want to drive you guys too crazy with this. Or maybe just keep it very low, because I kind of like having something in the background. I'm gonna keep it just a little bit lower. So it's, I don't know, it's something kind of very peaceful to me. I haven't heard this in a while, and it's kind of... It's not even nostalgic. But it's, I don't know. It feels right for this moment. Like, it's kind of crazy, like, we forget about this. Also, what's going on, Isopods? But it's very easy to forget why we started making games in the first place. I know for me, I get so caught up in just the technical side of things, the nuts and bolts, that I forget about the overarching vision, the idea, the feelings that propelled me to make games in the first place. And in a weird way, this stream is kind of reminding me of that feeling I used to pursue. And maybe I stopped pursuing because I just completely forgot about it. In pursuit of, like, you know, competency. It's not bad, it's just, you know, I think I lost sight of that. Of what I wanted to do with games. That's nice, though. It also makes me want to play the beginner's guide again. In fact, if there's a game I want to play on stream, I want to play the beginner's guide. Because I think it's important for anyone who's a developer, not even developer, anyone who's creative. And I don't want to offer my interpretations of it, because I think it's, I don't know. I think there's value in you coming to your own interpretation of it. Scale. And I think every time I play the game, too, I get different things. Or I walk away with a different interpretation. Radius on the... Nope. On the... Actually... Okay, I'll let this go one more time and then we'll put something else. Or keep it quiet, I don't know. Either way. That's kind of what I'm aiming to do. I spend a month at max to finish just the design document and the technical design document so that no one goes out of vision I have for the game. Hey, what's going on, Andrew? Coming from playing FPS games religiously, I just started playing through the Silent Hill games, and I feel like the radio is kind of like that with anxiety or whatever. The radio... Like in Silent Hill or just in general? How do you like the CRT monitor beyond the novelty? It's nice. It's kind of cool for pixel art because I get to see blending that you normally don't see with modern displays. And then for retro gaming is obviously very nice. What's going on, Pick One TV? Let's see what we got going on here. Alright, I was going to check to see how we actually do the scaling on these assets. So I believe we have this one, which should be the correct mesh I'm thinking of, and it's long across the Y. Radius is X and Z, and this is just gonna be like, okay, X and Z. All right, we fade it out. Also, did I never like this? I can't believe I never liked it. I like how my game still shows up here, even though it's been unpublished. Actually, I have like 2 games that got removed. One for not, one for the copyright. The other one because the version of GameMaker I used somehow did something sketchy and weird, and it got flagged on the site. So that's very sad. So I think Y is going to be the scale we're looking for. And X and Z are radius. I kind of find some more calming piano music now, though. Not gonna lie. Thank you, WebGR. Yeah, Spartan as well. Like I like the idea of having a clear vision that you're kind of enforcing with people. I think there's like, yes, it's nice when people can contribute, but I think there is something very special about someone who has a very clear picture of what should be and what they want, and having that be the guiding light for everyone else. And I think a lot of media suffers when there's no clear, singular vision that guides it. There's a reason why people don't like design. Like a lot of things that are done by design by committees is not great usually. The little radio you get that rings when enemies are near. Mechanics reinforce narrative similar with the fog. Ah, gotcha, T-Money. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's another element to that. Another level of that. Let's see what we have here, though. This is going to be chunk size, chunk length in meters. Cool, and that should just work. Okay, and then finally the last question of just where do we supply this? Because we clearly have means to generate the shells. We need to just generate this. Level assets. I believe you're here somewhere. Yeah, current level assets. Let's see here. Current level assets. Oh. Yeah, okay. I see what's going on here. Because we have level assets, which is going to be... Because we're going to randomly choose levels. So we have to do shell presets. A list of shell presets. There's like so much levels to this. Because you have a list of weighted item chances. Oh, actually, no, we don't need a list here. Actually, no, we do, because this is like all the assets for a single level. So actually, no, but then, yeah, no, this is actually correct. This is a single level assets collection. Whereas here, we want to have like a collection of them for all the different stages. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get the level generation happening, man. At least not now. It's like 99% there, but I think there's a few more fine details I need to consider. But we got quite a lot done today. I'm actually very happy. And then hopefully we're getting closer to just making assets and going in production.
You didn't hear from me, but I was lucky enough to meet one of the devs behind Hunt Showdown and Crisis series, and he told me the win condition for Hunt Showdown was a last-minute thing simply because they forgot to include it and nobody knew how the game ended when in a lobby. Oh, what? Yeah, you don't want to have that happen. Yeah, that makes sense. Face reveal. I mean, my face is on this channel. I don't know. Might get rid of it too. Wants to make a game. I suggest he makes a presentation. He asked, what do you want in it? I have no concept art. And I said, this presentation is to convey your vision. Visuals don't matter. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the type of game you're making. It depends on the type of game you're making. So, there's some, like if you're doing, like for example, Horizon Zero Dawn, it was pitched at a GDC meeting. They just had a really rough prototype. Pitch. Prototype. And then they had concept art that indicates like, hey, this is how the game would look like. But in their prototype, it's all placeholder blocks. So as far as like demonstrating the mechanical viability, you don't have to have visuals necessarily. But having some concept art helps fill the vision of what's going to be occupying this space. But then there's other games where you don't need that. The mechanics themselves are enough to just justify why this works, why this is good. And I think visuals can be a pitfall for people where oftentimes you get wrapped up in just a visual presentation of something, but you forget to actually implement the whole thing. So like something I see a lot is there's a lot of games that look very cool and very polished on Twitter or on Blue Sky, or at least back when I used to, this is like a year or two when I was very active on those sites, or Instagram even. And like you see a bunch of things that pop off and it's because they look really cool, but then they never really go anywhere. Like most of them don't. There's some that make it and it's great. There's a lot of others that don't. And it's because it's cool. You can make something that presents and looks very good, but if the foundational design isn't there, I mean, there's a bunch of reasons why something doesn't get finished, right? But I feel like a lot of times strong design is the thing that kills either during the production of the game or on release. So it also depends on the type of genre game you're making. Like if you're making a visual novel game, the mechanics are clearly not the apex of it, unless you're making something really different and interesting and odd, then that's cool. But otherwise, it's not this. It's not the, it's not the forefront there. Story, narrative, all the things that are considered aesthetics in games, including narrative, are like the most important thing about that. Yeah, this guy. Yeah. I think we're not going to finish this. I'm going to stop fighting it. Alright guys, I'm going to even just commit what I have so far, because it's still pretty good, I think. I think it's good progress I don't want to lose. So if I can find... Help, I can't quit Vim. Here, this is where I want to go to. I'm going to commit what we have. Level chunk generator. And to master, because we don't believe in git flow. Oh, I forgot, I always wanted to play Beginner's Guide. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, give it a try. It's a great game. And one day I'll give it a try on the channel as well. I feel like that's a good idea. If someone can explain their vision in 5 minutes, they have a good sense of the game and the vision. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some also templates. Like I remember when I was preparing to pitch to certain publishers, there's a pitch deck and kind of structure that they would expect for you to have. That's more so for publishers, but there's some key things that are worth bringing up there that helps give focus to your game. There's other things like design structures that exist, like game loops and whatnot, that can help better understand the lay of your game and how well supported it is by everything else in the game. Yeah. But these are just tools, right? Ultimately, it's up to you to either use them effectively or not use them, and if you don't use them, there is a possibility of making something good. But tools exist for you to help you, right? Anyways, I believe that's everything on here. Let me go to... Okay, actually, let's just go to Ranger and go into my dev kit. Yeah, there's a lot to do here. More updates, and then I think it's Origin. Or actually, what branch am I on right now? FNF. Okay. Is it Berg? What? Failed to push some refs to Codeberg? What are you talking about? Wait, did I commit stuff? Oh, I have to indicate the branch. There we go. My bad. All right. I think we're good on that. I'm actually very happy with this. It's time for me to go because I need to finish level design. Yep, and I need to go to sleep because I have work. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for hanging out with me. I'm very thankful for the company, and I hope you guys enjoyed. And as always, guys, there's a Discord as well that you guys want to join if you want to talk game dev or ideas or, you know, just looking for help in terms of programming and all that stuff. We have a lot of resources there as well. So, yeah. As always, thank you for watching. God bless. Until next time, stay cozy. Good night.